So here we are. And like I said, tonight we're going to go ahead and do some unboxing of stuff. Might as well get to that straight away. And we're going to be checking out the motherboard first, I guess, because that's going to be the most important thing in terms of plugging all the other things into. Let me go ahead and turn down the audio just a little bit so you can hear me ramble. And ramble I shall. Let's see, where is the other camera? Let's get that right. My desk is still a mess, maybe slightly less so. I did go ahead and clean off some space when I got home today. So this is what we're dealing with right now. So please try to ignore the mountains of things. You know what? I'm going to do this in the order that it's stacked because the motherboard is at the bottom and that's where we're at. So up front, storage solution. This motherboard and processor supports PCIe 5 storage. So I know that I needed at least one more SSD. So these are two 4 terabyte PCIe 5 top of the line SSDs. Each one of these is about the size of a pack of gum, and each one of these holds 4 terabytes, accessible at, I believe it's read speeds up to 14,000 megabytes per second, and writes at up to 12,000 megabytes per second. We'll definitely be testing that out. Oh, yeah, there it is. And apparently comes with a Creative Cloud a subscription month membership, which I won't use at all because I already have it through work. Anyhow, so that's the main SSD storage. This is another 4 terabyte drive. So there are 2 slots that are PCIe 5, 2 slots that are PCIe 4. So this is a 4 terabyte PCIe 4 drive. This is good for up to 7,000 megabits per second reads, and I think it's like 65. No. Yeah, 7,000 reads, 6.5 writes. So there's that. There's our processor right here. This is a really, really tiny box, but it really doesn't have to be all that much bigger because the CPU is this big. It's well enough packaged and everything is good. So this is the Ryzen 9 9950X. And let's see if I can... that won't come through on camera. Other things that might be nifty to know. This is... made in the 28th week of 2024. So this is pretty much straight out of the fab and on to me. It was just made. Set that in my stack. Next, this guy's kind of heavy. Actually, you know what? Let's go with the RAM first. So each one of these is a 96 gigabyte kit of Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR5. These are 6600 megahertz sticks at CL, I think it's 32. Yep, CL32. So one of these will operate perfectly fine, probably close to either 6000 or 6200 megahertz, which is kind of what I expect. You might even be able to squeeze 6600 megahertz out of this by default, and we will be testing that before this stream is through. But I have 2 kits, which puts extra strain on the integrated memory controller, and this is the part that's going to take the longest to actually make work. The way that things work is there are 2 memory channels, and if you occupy each memory channel with 1 stick of RAM, there are 2 in each of these boxes, then it puts way less stress than populating all 4 slots, which puts 2 DIMMs per channel, 2 actual memory sticks per channel, and that can confuse the memory controller to the point where it's really difficult to get higher speeds. So I'm basically going to end up having to write my own memory profiles for this. I might do a little bit of that on stream, or at least an explanation, and it's going to require a lot of offline testing. So that is something that I'm looking forward to, and that's why I'm going to be building this not in my actual tower, where it will eventually live, but rather in a separate case, so that I can do my memory training testing, which is going to take a really, really, really long time. Because every time I change a variable, I have to restart the computer and then do a full memory test of 192 gigabytes of RAM, which is going to take probably about a day per long test to verify that it's stable at that frequency and at that clock speed and all of those rest of the parameters that are going to be set in order to get this working. So I'm looking for a few different parameters here. I'm trying to get the clock speed as high as possible while getting the timings as low as possible, and you generally do so via modification of the resistance values of the lines that go from the CPU to the memory. You can do that from the BIOS. Those settings are exposed for manual tweaking, but it's going to be a process that will likely take a month or so. First boot tonight is going to be just one of these sets of RAM, and that should get me up and running. I just want to do a smoke test for this stream tonight. I'm not going to start messing around with the second kit of RAM and memory timings and all of that until a different time, probably another day or two, before I even begin those adventures. I just want to see all this stuff work as intended before we start messing around. Just looking at chat here for a quick second. Wadi says, I've got stream takeover at Eric's tomorrow night. That's awesome. That means we should hopefully see something Wadi related that Eric is doing, or that Wadi might appear on Eric's stream or something along those lines. So please stay tuned. In fact, Wadi, if you could go ahead and shout out Eric the Red's stream here on this one, that would be appreciated so that people can check that out. Eric usually streams Tuesdays and Fridays around 8, 9 o'clock, something like that. But for the last couple of weeks, he's been super busy doing all of the awesome things that he does. But he is going to be around tomorrow doing apparently a Wadi stream, so that should be super cool. So while he's taking care of that, shout out. Let's pull the next item here from our new bag of tricks. This is quite a bit heavier. So this is my new cooler for this box. This is the iCUE Link H150i LCD. It is kind of fancy. It's a little bit more expensive than I wanted to pay for a cooler, but it does have a fancy LCD screen on it that reads out really whatever I like: coolant temperature, GPU temperature, CPU temperature. It's just a good readout for overall cooling. This also ties into the already existing iCUE environment that I have installed on my machine, because I already have 6 LL fans that are installed with the same system, multicolor, etc., etc. And I didn't want another RGB software taking up space, that kind of thing. And also, this is just straight up a pretty good cooler. At least that's what all the benchmarks tell me. It should be pretty easy to install and get set up. So this is basically a radiator setup that sits at the top of the machine. The pump is actually in the block under the LCD, yeah, the tubes are permanently connected. There's no messing around with doing any sort of custom stuff. You basically just mount it, stick the radiator on the top of the case, and plug it in, and she goes. So that's basically the new cooler. I'll just set this up over here. And at the bottom of this whole stack is what I wanted to begin with. This is the Asus Proart X670E Creator Wi-Fi. This is one of the higher end boards that is available. The reason I chose this particular part is that it's one of only, I think, 3 boards that I saw, maybe 4, that support the AM5 Ryzen processors while also having 10 gigabit Ethernet. I wanted 10 gig onboard because I have a 10 gig clean network. I have onboard 10 gig with my X570 setup. My current 5950 Xbox has onboard 10 gig, and I didn't want to have to mess around with getting another card installed and having to figure out PCIe lane issues with that. The PCIe arrangement on desktop processors really kind of sucks. In fact, I've been ranting about that for ages now, there are only something like 24 lanes on a Ryzen processor, and I think it's only 20 lanes on the Intel stuff, which means that there are 16 lanes that you need for your GPU, and then you have a few lanes left over for the chipset and M.2, but no room for upgrading. Honestly, if I had my way, I would have at least 60 lanes. I think that's a decent number of PCIe lanes. That would give you enough space to add in, say, either a second GPU if you wanted to do that, or say video capture card if you wanted to do that, or sound card, or HBA if you wanted additional storage, internal or external, a few extra M.2 slots if you wanted to slot for storage. There would be a whole bunch of additional input-output options, USB cards, that kind of thing, but they don't do this. So we're basically stuck with magicking our way around a limitation that's fairly arbitrary in these desktop CPUs. Yeah, that's pretty much all you get unless you go with one of the higher end chips like Threadripper or that kind of thing. So, new motherboard, next gen CPU ready, but in order to install the CPU, I am going to have to flash the BIOS. This does have BIOS flashback, so you can actually flash it without a CPU installed. That's pretty neat. So the new BIOS will then enable this to support the new CPU that I'm going to install. This guy has Wi-Fi 6E. They just announced the X870E boards today, and there is a new Proart board coming. I won't get it because I decided to go on this one, but the only difference that I really saw is the fact the new one has Wi-Fi 7, which is awesome. I love Wi-Fi 7, but this is already going to be pretty much full-time on 10 gig Ethernet, so I don't know if I'll actually use Wi-Fi on this at all. Anyway, I don't really do so on my desktop unless I'm testing something that speaks Wi-Fi, and I can just as easily do that with a notebook or my phone or whatever. So let's go ahead and pop this open. There's an Asus sticker that prevents me from getting in here. Can I carefully remove that? Nope, not really. I'm just going to go ahead and tear through it. Okay, so there's that. And there is my new motherboard. Alright, let's go ahead and remove this. There's something to be aware of in here. I think this is just a filler. I don't know if there's anything in here. Excuse me. Oh, I do hear things in there. How the heck does this open? Off to a great start. Oh, there we go. Opens like this, apparently. Ah. Alright, so what do we get? What do we get? Time for presents. I believe. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antenna. While I did just rant about not using Wi-Fi all that much, I do use Bluetooth quite often, as I have an Xbox controller that operates over Bluetooth. So for now, I'll set that aside. I thought there would be like manuals or whatever in here. Let's keep going. I'll set that over there for now. All right, so we've got the board itself. Go ahead and lift that carefully out here. And I guess, oh, there we go, underneath the board. Set that aside. I was looking for the manual, because that's might actually be important, which I did find the manual. It's underneath the board. And I've got a bunch of, let's see, warranty stuff. Asus web storage. Asus Command Center Express. There's a serial number there. Please enter your license key during the deployment of ACC Plus. I probably won't ever do that, as I really have no interest in any control center softwares. What else is in here? Is there anything more? Expecting at least some, maybe some mounting screws or something along those lines. Ah, there we go. Ah, there's all the stuff. Okay, so what have we here? We have, looks like a little rubber stopper thingy. Not familiar with that. We've got a tiny ruler. That's kind of cute. I might actually use that. It's got millimeters on the back, millimeters, centimeters. On the front, it's got inches. So, don't really need that for this setup, but it's pretty neat. We've got four, for the 4 ports that we have on there. These are SATA connectors for hard drives and SSDs and such. I don't think I'll be using these in this build. This is actually the first build where... Oh, wait, I will need one of them. I'm transferring my my 1 terabyte SATA drive over for my my older slow games, etc. We have a... Oh, it looks like it's a PCIe quick standoff for the M.2 slot. We've got... Oh, this is a spacer for single-sided M.2s, so that it doesn't sag onto the motherboard, so it's a little bit of a spacer for that. We've got... The heck are you? Colazone DI plastic? That's like a little clip thing. I don't know, maybe we'll need that later. We've got, ooh, an easy connector. These are pretty sweet. So the idea behind this is you wire up your front I/O, like your power button and your lights and stuff from the front of your case, and then you can just plug it into your motherboard. So you don't have to worry about cable routing and wires and stuff. You just plug it all into this, and then plug it all in one shot onto the motherboard, so that if you need to take your board in and out, you can just unplug this, leaving your stuff connected, and not have to reconnect everything again, that sort of thing. So these are pretty awesome. I'm actually going to leave this out, because we will end up using that pretty shortly. It comes with, is this a DisplayPort cable? Oh yes, this supports DisplayPort pass-through. So optionally, I could plug this from my graphics card into the DisplayPort input on the back side of the motherboard and go display output over USB 4, which is just Thunderbolt. I won't be using that feature, but it is kind of handy to have that available as an option. And we have another single-sided M.2 pad, so that, again, it doesn't sag onto the board. So cool. Bunch of random accessories, stuff that I probably won't need a whole lot of. I'm just going to go ahead and toss the things that I don't believe that we're going to need into here. Probably just going to reuse the SATA cable that I already have sticking out of that drive right now. So I'm going to leave those cables in the package in the box. Oh, I'll also toss the bottom portion of the box back in the box. Right, so there's that, and there's the board and the manual that I will set aside here. Alright, close my box up, set my board on top. So we're going to use the motherboard box as the surface for the initial installation and testing of things. Well, installation anyway. From the memory to the CPU itself, etc. Just makes a nice, good surface before the board goes into the case. I do have to tear a board out of the case as it's currently configured, so that'll take an extra few minutes. I'll do that on camera as well. Might as well. But yeah, so whole deal is going really well. What happened to my soundtrack? It's interesting. One sec. Video paused. Why video paused? That was kind of weird. But we've got our soundtrack back. Anyhow, back to the board here. Let's go ahead and pull this out of the anti-static bag, making sure that I am grounded. That's right, I grounded my desk. So let's see here. Set that down on the anti-static bag. Never power it up while sitting on an anti-static bag, as these can actually be conductive, and I don't want to break anything. But here's the new board, and the orientation it's going to be in the case. So it's pretty nice. I'm going to take care of the peels now, at least the ones that I see. I'm probably going to miss a couple, and that's fine too, but I don't want to power this up with the peels on it. It looks like it's just the one on the board here. Alright, that's awesome. Well, I have the board all ready to go. Everything is looking good. I'm not seeing any major problems here. Sometimes you can spot defects or shipping problems or any of that kind of stuff, but I don't see any of that right now, so I'm going to say that things are good. And we're going to start off with the CPU. So let's grab the CPU here, our 9950X, and we'll go ahead and jimmy this guy open, trying not to slice myself, because that's a Twitch TOS violation right there. So here's our little box. We'll slide that out, and comes in a little bit riser here. That's warranty info. We don't need that right now. So yeah, we get a little sticker that goes on our case. I'm not going to bother with that, and the processor itself, and our nice little plastic carrier. They've been doing this for Ryzen for a little while now. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up very carefully and inspect the CPU to make sure that there are no shorted pins. This is especially needed for situations where you're buying used or that sort of a thing. You just want to take a quick cursory look and inspect carefully that there's nothing out of the blue. There's no manufacturing defects that are visible. I'm just going to go ahead and flip that over in my hand. Looking at the bottom here, I just want to make sure there are no black spots that indicate that there's a problem with the CPU, that things have been shorted, overclock, fused, etc. I know that this one is brand new and going to be perfectly fine, but it's always a good idea to inspect visually before you start, betting your house on what this is going to do for you. Other tips: never touch the pads on the bottom of the CPU. I'm very carefully holding this around the edges and basically just giving a visual inspection and trying to avoid, spitting on it or any of that sort of stuff while I talk. So I'm going to safely drop that back in the box for just a moment. And we'll set that onto the table. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pop open our latch here. This is the AM5 LEM. I have not used one of these yet, so I'm going to be very careful about popping this open, because if any of these little pins get messed up, it's totally game over, and I'm out a whole lot of money for this really expensive board. So I've popped open the motherboard CPU LEM, and I'm just going to hold it here, and again, carefully inspect the pins to make sure that nothing is bent, black, or somehow messed up. Everything seems to be good. So the next thing I'm going to do is look for a little gold triangle. It's typically gold, and that will give me the orientation for the processor, what direction I'm actually supposed to drop it in on. I see the gold arrow right over here. I can't really get it in on camera, but I can zoom in a little bit so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Go ahead and focus. focus finer than that. That's about as good as it gets. So you can see there's all sorts of really, really fine pins, thousands of them. And you probably can't see it from this angle, but there's a little triangle right on this side of the socket in the upper right-hand corner in my orientation and yours. So I'm going to take my CPU in my other hand, carefully gripping it from the edges, and find that little gold triangle right on the edge, right there, and put it right in the center of this apparatus here. And no pressure, just laid it right on top of where it fits right in. And now I'm just going to give it a little wiggle to make sure it's in there properly. It is. And also I should note that without pulling this this little clip thing off, it'll pop off by itself as we lower the limb here. So you don't have to worry about taking that off if you're worried about that. And we can go ahead and push this down from the front side, making sure to clip the socket clip onto the front there. And as we push down, the top thing will pop itself off. There it is. And I've clipped this in, and everything is looking like it's correct. Like I said, this is the super scary part, because this is where I could damage, thousands of dollars of equipment between just these two parts. But that looks like it's in its permanent home. I don't expect to need to remove this until it's time to either upgrade the processor or basically tear down the system. So that's that. As far as the CPU installation, the CPU is installed. Whether or not I did it correctly, we'll have to wait until I start this up for the first time and see if it starts smoking. But I'm pretty confident that I got this correct. Now, previous versions of AMD's processors, specifically the Ryzen 5000 series and below, all have little pins on the bottom of the processor and little receptacles on the motherboard, so it was a whole lot easier. You drop the processor in, and the pins on the processor go into the holes on the motherboard, and things were just a whole lot neater. This is kind of nerve-wracking because you can risk breaking off the little pins on the board. It's far less likely that you break the pins on the processor because they are so much harder. You can bend them, you can break them. It's possible. I've seen it before. I've never done it myself, but it's a lot more difficult to bend or break CPU-based pins than it is for motherboard-based pins, in my experience. C'est la vie. I believe my processor is now installed. While we're here, I'm going to go ahead and install one of the 5 PCIe 5 drives in our first slot. I'm only going to do one of these right this second, and I'll install the other one a little later. That way there, if there is a problem with the motherboard or the drive, I don't kill 2 drives in one go. I probably should boot this without a drive in it, but I'm feeling pretty confident today, so I'm going to go for broke and install this brand new top-of-the-line PCIe 5 M.2 drive. But first, I'm going to need a screwdriver in order to pop this plate off. I think that my number 1 screwdriver here should do the trick. Let's go ahead and zoom out. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, there's our board. Decent view. Let's see if this will undo it. It will not, so I need a 0, not a 1. And I don't have any of those because I took them to work with me today. And that means they're in my backpack in the living room. So, I'm going to set this aside for just a moment, take a quick BRB break, have a couple of sips of dew while I'm at it. And let's see here, BRB. So this will only take me a minute. I just got to run to the other room and grab my screwdriver kits, and we will continue. And here we go. Just realized that my camera has been off for a while now. No worries. All right, let me just dig through my pack. That's what I grabbed. No, it's here because I used it a couple of hours ago. There we go. Oh, that's just a box. Isn't it always the way? Screwdrivers. And we need 0. Perfect. Check, check. Okay, cool. I am online. So here we are with our size 0 screwdriver. And go ahead and pop this open. And I've heard, via careful listening to lots and lots of motherboard reviews, that these are captive screws, which is a fantastic fine touch. Which means that these screws, they don't come out. Try as I might. And that's perfect, because it keeps me from losing the screws, like I have on many other motherboards. Now, in here, we've got 2 thermal pads. These peel off, and we're going to sandwich our M.2 drive between them. So here we go. This is the Crucial T705 PCIe 5 SSD. 4 terabyte. So we take a look at the connectors again, making sure that there are no burn spots or anything like that. I'm kind of paranoid about those, as I have caused those spots in the past, killing equipment, and I have seen people buy stuff used or even new for manufacturing defects that have issues with their connectors. And that's a showstopper there. If you see a black pin or something that looks charred or whatever, don't plug it into your system. It can take out other hardware. But for now, this is looking perfect. We've got heat strip on both sides. These labels here are thermally conductive to conduct heat away from these very hot chips. And these thermal pads here will wick it away even more. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the peel from this thermal pad here on the top, match up my keyed interface. So we've got this this little bit at the top and then the long bit at the bottom on the interface here. So match that up here, and you can actually see you put it in at around 45-degree angle, just like so, and give it a little wiggle until it pops in. Just like that, and that's a perfect connector. Now, this board also features an M.2 standoff that's already in the right place. You can move it back if you have a much larger drive, or forward if you have a smaller one. But this standoff also includes a retention system that is not a screw. Most motherboards, they give you a little pack of screws that are teeny tiny that you screw down into the M.2 SSD. This one does not need that on this board. It's got a little plastic piece that holds it into position. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in right on that and show you how that works nice and easy. We'll go ahead and focus a little bit. Alright, and that's this little plastic piece right here is that retention mechanism I was talking about. So while the M.2 is in at 45 degrees, we basically just push down on it until it passes this little screw thing here. And here we're just past that. And then we give this little turn, push down, and the top of that plastic piece comes around to cover the top of the SSD, keeping it in place. So now it's fully retained and stuck in there. And from here, we can grab our thermal armor, or whatever the heck Asus has decided to call it, the heatsink portion of this, which is a nice heatsink. These drives definitely need some thermal capacitance in order to operate correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and peel that thermal pad so that that has become ready now. And oop, this is upside down. And we're just going to go ahead and place this right on top. And screw it back down. Oop. I think I didn't line this up quite right. And these thermal pads are real sticky like. Okay, so where does this end up? Oh, so I think it's actually this interface here. There we go. That's a liner on up. Then we screw with confidence. Oop. Skewed it again. Not quite the right spot. But once again, these pads are sticky, so I gotta lift it all the way up before I can try again. There we go. That's in the right place. And screw that down a little bit. And we'll screw that down a little bit. And then this a little more. And this a little more. So it's nice and even. And our M.2 drive is installed. Not too tight, not too loose. Just finger tight. No reason to crank down on it. That thermal pad will hold it in place, as well as the retention mechanism inside. So now that we've got two thermal pads sandwiching it to make it nice and cool and radiate via the heatsink, that should do it. Next, let's go ahead and populate one of our memory kits, because we are going to need that. And doing so outside the case is just easier because I have it all laid out for me in front of me here. So once again, this is a 96GB kit of PC5 DDR5 6600 MHz RAM. I only plan on running this probably at around 6400 for actual use, but we'll see what it trains at and what it likes. These are XMP sticks, not Expo sticks, but it should use the XMP profile and sort of kind of do the right thing, I hope. They are compatible with this. I'm just not sure at what speed that they will work at by default. So before I start taking this out, this is Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR5. So we've got the nice lighting strip across the top. For anyone who has seen my computers in the past, I've been using this RAM for years and it looks fantastic. So let's start off by opening up the memory retention mechanisms here. I am only going to use 2 sticks. Oh, it looks like this side does not open. Okay, that's strange, but I have seen some boards that are like that. So the general thing to do when you're installing a set of RAM like this in 2 spots when you have 4 slots, you want to install them in memory slot 2 and 4, so that's here and here. That is in order to get proper dual channel. When I install the second kit, that actually changes. I'm going to end up removing one of these and putting the memory kits that are the same from the same box into the same channel. And what that will allow is better training for timings because similar ICs that are made at the same time have the same sort of training potential, and that can help get better speeds across them. So if you're putting in 2 sticks, they go in 2 and 4. If you're putting in 4 sticks, you want to make sure that the same box sticks are right next to each other. So for now, because I'm testing, we're going to go ahead and line up the little notch just to make sure that I'm installing this the correct direction. I believe it's this way. And I'm going to start with the side that does not move on this particular board. So we're going to slot that in, making sure that the stick slots in on the opposite side. Being real gentle with this, just because I've never worked with DDR5 before, so the point at which the notch is in I'm unfamiliar with in general, and I want to make sure that I'm not going to bend any pins or get it wrong, but everything does seem to line up. I pushed it down, not all the way, but right to the point of seeing the interface right on top of the other interface. So the RAM sticks interface onto the motherboard's interface, just to make sure that that notch is in exactly the right place, and it is. So I'm then going to go ahead with my 2 thumbs here, push down as best as I can. The box is going to squish a little bit, but that's fine. So squish, and hear it click into both the top and bottom, not using too much force, just enough to make that interface close, and this retention tab closed, and everything is good. I heard the click on both sides, and this appears to be installed correctly. I'm going to do the same thing with the second set, or the second stick. The small end was down, yep, and I'm going to go ahead and peel off the peels that are on this RAM as well. Memory sticks do tend to get warm, and I don't want to melt these peels to the RAM. That's just there for the fancy graphics there. So let's see, short end to me. Yep, that makes sense. This is open, and we'll start with the end that does not move, slot it in, and then slot in the end that does move. Okay. Go down to the interface, make sure that the notch lines up, and it does. 2 thumbs, push down, click, click, and it's closed. So this memory is now properly installed. And that's going to look super pretty. There are multicolor LEDs underneath this, and there's like 30 of them, and you can have them do sequences and all kinds of cool things. I really like the way this RAM looks, and with all 4 sticks populated, that's going to look even better. But for today, we're just doing 1 kit to make sure that this boots and everything is good with it. Okay, next, after RAM, usually I do the cooler, and that's going to be a little bit more interesting as I've never worked with an AIO, and there is some limitations to those, i.e. the hoses are only so long, and once you attach the pump block to the motherboard on top of the processor, it basically goes wherever the motherboard goes. So it's kind of a pain in the neck in order to make that happen. First of all, however, I happen to have seen the reviews of the new cooler that I'm installing, and it does require the removal of these AM4 brackets. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that, knowing that I need to do that in advance. There is a manual inside that box that'll tell me to do that, but I know that right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'll unscrew the mounting bracket for the AM4 style coolers. There are some coolers that'll mount directly to these plastic black tabs here, but this cooler is not one of them, and that's fine. So there's one of them free, and I'll do the same thing for the top one here. Okay. This is a magnetic screwdriver, so it's nice and simple for these sorts of jobs. And the new retention mechanism is actually going to screw into the same places that these screws are coming out of. So we'll end up reusing that back plate and those screw holes that we just cleared. So meanwhile, I'm going to put the retention bracket that I just took out back in the motherboard box. Where did I put the motherboard box? Oh, great, the motherboard is on top of it. Derp. I'm just going to go ahead and set this aside then. I'll temporarily just set it in this RAM carrier so I don't get it all over the place. And then set this aside. And I will pop that in the motherboard box as soon as it's convenient to do so once I get the board off of it. Okay, so I'm also going to go ahead and always save the cover for the CPU bracket for the motherboard. If you need to do a RMA on the motherboard to send this in for warranty service, or if you need to resell your board without a CPU in it, this is what protects all those tiny little pins so they don't get broken. And they will reject your RMA if you do not have this cover in place, if you send your board in for warranty service. And if you buy a board that does not have one of these covers in place when you receive it, then I wouldn't accept the board unless it's like from a dude you watched to remove the CPU from, or lady, dude is irrelevant. So unless you watch the CPU being removed like in front of you without the board moving, and you're about to put in a new CPU right then and there in order to protect those pins, I wouldn't buy a board without the cover in place. So yeah, always hang on to your cover, put it in the motherboard box, keep your motherboard box for the duration, the lifetime of the machine. Don't throw that stuff away. You definitely need to keep that. Okay, so we are well on our way to a system build. Like I said, next is going to be the cooler. I'm just thinking about whether or not I want to put this in the system before trying to mount the cooler. I think I do. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and put the board back in the box with the things that we've just attached to it. Set that aside for a few moments and remove the motherboard that's in the case that this is going into. And then probably mount the cooler to the case before mounting the cooler to the board. Yes, I think that order of operations makes more sense. So, everything is looking great so far. We've got our CPU, our SSD, and our RAM installed. I could use an air cooler and just boot it like this. You know, there's really no reason to skip that step at this point. Everything is cool. So I'm gonna pick this up and open our box. And just set our board and all of our stuff right back in the box here. It doesn't need to be all the way in the box. I'm just gonna go ahead and set this aside for a little bit. Put you down here. Make sure you're secure, because you're like a couple grand in components now. Things get real expensive real quick when it comes to modern PC building, at least as far as the high-end stuff goes. Alright, so I'm setting all this stuff aside so I can clear room for the case. Let me go ahead and zoom out, because you guys are looking at like one spot for no real reason. The case is going to go here in just a minute. I'm not even going to pull this out quite yet. Let me set this aside over this way. And I'm not going to BRB to do this, but I am going to go off camera. Still going to be within voice distance. I just need to walk to the opposite side of the room and grab the case that this belongs in. And have another sip of Mountain Dew. Alright, be right with you. Okay, now how am I going to get this over there without dying or killing myself or something? Alright, let's use the chair. So the biggest issue right now is there's actually a full system in this case that we're going to be using for this test build. So that means we got to pull a full system out of this case. You guys might actually recognize this as my old high-end file server. Ugh. Okay. And all four legs on the tabletop. Why is this wobbly? Should not be wobbly. It means I'm on something. Oh, I see. My wrist rest. Okay, there we go. A little dusty because it's been downstairs in my basement area. So before I had a server rack, which is a relatively recent installation, as many of you might know, this was my primary storage server, and is a really nice machine. So the case here is a Fractal Design Meishify 2 XL. It is a fantastic case. I couldn't scream more good about this. This is my favorite case. And the only reason I do not have my primary build in this case, which is spacious and beautiful and well filtered and really well designed, is because it's also really big and really heavy. The the case that I'm using on my primary build is the little version of this same case, the Fractal Design Meishify 2, not the mini, not the plus or whatever the heck other versions it has. It's the original Fractal Design Meishify 2. It is this tall in comparison. It is way lighter, and straight up, I don't want to have to move this thing if I want to go to a LAN party, which I unfortunately have not done for a really long time. I do want to do so again, but I don't want to haul this thing to a LAN. This is a full tower case. This can hold up to 14 hard drives real easy with the hardware that's more or less included. I think I needed to 3D print like a couple of caddies and that was it. But this is super nice. It's currently in storage orientation. Again, because I'm lazy and I don't need to, I'm not going to flip it around because I don't need this extra space at the front right now. What I do need is this motherboard section, which is super easy to work in. Again, very roomy and well designed, and there's not a sharp corner on the whole darn thing. Everything is all rounded off and very nice. So the machine that's in this right now, clearly not my primary workstation. This was used again for my storage server. This is also a 5950X. This is basically a real nice machine. But I'm going to be, I moved my server stuff, all of my hard drives, into the big server that I just built on stream. And that's running great in my server rack. So this has just been sitting around ever since. Beautiful case, awesome setup. So what I'm going to use this for is my testing. My memory testing and my testing of the new equipment that I'm installing. At least for now. At the end of the day, this new board, processor, etc. that we're working with today will be installed in my primary workstation. But I want to get both kits of memory working at whatever frequency it's going to work at before I move entirely to the new build. And that's just so that I can continue using my workstation for these sorts of streams, as well as my day-to-day work, without having to, be memory testing all the time. So 5950X, this is a Noctua NHD15. It's a little worse for wear. It's kind of bent. I bought this one used for cheap, but it's still a fantastic cooler. It does its job great. It is really big though, and we are going to go ahead and remove it. This cooler is real nice in that it uses 2 Phillips screws just to get to the primary cooler remove it. So these are clips. Just gonna go ahead and pop this apart. So this fan is plugged into motherboard, and come on, clips. There we go. And this fan is also plugged into motherboard. So I'll unplug those in just a moment. Okay. So unplug, and those fans are free. So got those right here. And then the cooler itself, we'll go ahead and unscrew. They do include a really long screwdriver in order to make this happen, but the #1 screwdriver that I was using earlier, now I don't know where it went. I need to find in order to unscrew this. I know for a fact that screwdriver will work on an NHD15 because, I probably used it to install this. It does come with a longer, cheap screwdriver in the box, but because I bought this used, it didn't come with one, and I never really needed it. Where the heck is it? In a pinch, I can probably use a precision screwdriver, but I had one in my hand not 20 minutes ago on this very stream, and it's gone. Maybe it's behind the case. Screwdriver. Where did you go? I should have, out of habit, tossed it back in my tools box that's sitting beside me, but it's not there. Let's see if I can get it with this. Maybe? Oh yeah, I could probably do this. Yep, that'll work. Just a matter of getting the right torque. So I'm going to loosen that top one and then loosen the bottom one, and then I'll go ahead and finish taking it out. That is, if I can get appropriate torque on this second screw, which doesn't want to budge. Ow, 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 ow. These fins are kind of sharp. Yeah, I need a real screwdriver for this. It's literally right here, like half hour ago. It's maybe under the motherboard box. This one might work. I don't know if it'll torque enough. Oh yeah, yeah, there we go. This one has a broken handle, but it'll work. I don't know why my my yellow screwdriver just suddenly went missing, but I'm just gonna undo the bottom one all the way, Top one is slightly undone, so that's fine. Okay, these two are captive, but this is going to fall down as soon as I undo this, so I'm going to keep it in my hand. I'm also going to epoxy the screwdriver back together, or toss it one way or the other, but that won't happen tonight. I'm just waiting for this to release. It's almost there. Not quite. Okay, so that's released. Now I should be able to very gently pull and twist left and right and break the suction on the heatsink compound without breaking this processor free. There we go. And we take a look at our application of thermal paste. That's as good as it gets, really. This is a super flat mount. It's hard to see on camera. Sorry, it's very reflective. Can you? There we go. So you can kind of see that. It's excellent application. So it just occurs to me that I didn't need to remove the cooler at all. I could have just pulled the entire motherboard. There's enough thermal paste on this that I can remount this. I'm just going to go ahead and put this back, because that was a dumb move. The good news is that this is just right in reverse. So slide the screws over the screws. And where'd that screwdriver go? There it is. Okay. It's actually easier to work with without that part of the screwdriver anyway. Okay. Okay. So now that the cooler is back on here, derp. Let's just go ahead and unplug the plugs from the board, and then we'll go ahead and install the new board. Panel USB-C, we'll be reusing that. I'm actually just going to leave all of these plugs right where they're at. Clearly, I won't be plugging in all of these SATA connectors, but front panel and USB I/O will definitely be reused. There we go. You can see pretty much everything now. So this is a front panel USB. And these are a whole bunch of SATA cables that aren't connected to anything in the back right now. There's nothing in the storage at the moment because all of those drives have been moved to the new server. unplugging all of the SATA connectors here. There's a little retention clip that I'm holding down in order to pull those cables out. Not all SATA cables have retention. Actually went out of my way to buy new SATA cables that have retention because I wanted them to be very secure and know that they were plugged in correctly and absolutely. Because I care about my storage server, and I was spending a whole bunch of cash on making this storage server right. Alright, so unplug power, and front panel audio, and USB or something or other, I think. Oh no, this is a fan. Probably the front fan connector. Clear. What is this? Oh, another fan connector. Okay, so go ahead and pop out the 24 pin if I can. This is going to be a little difficult because of the tight arrangement of the cable. It's basically a 180-degree turn that this cable takes, so it's really annoying. All right, so I got that uninstalled there. I'll leave that just sitting there. Okay. And then 2 more power supply cables up here. These are the EPS power connectors for CPU. Just trying to see up there. So you can see. Oh, you can see about as good as I can. Oh, come on. Ow. Pushing down on it, but it doesn't seem to want to move. Okay, I got this one. And now this one. Push down and pull forward. It does not want to. It is. There we go. And is that one more fan? Yep, one more fan. Okay. That is all of the cables disconnected from this motherboard. So now we get to remove the board. There are typically 9 screws. Derp. One of them is not populated in this case. 2 of them are not populated in this case. Okay. So let's go ahead and take this out. We'll retain these screws to mount our new board in here. So I'm going to put these screws... I'm going to put these screws in our M.2 case here. Just set that, put that there. Okay, so there's one screw. I'm having difficulty seeing in there. Need more light. Use my phone in flashlight mode. Ah, there we go. A little easier. Okay. Third screw is upper left. All right, so next set of screws starts in the middle on the right. Get these wires out of the way. Okay, there's one. There's often one in the middle, but there's not on this case because the case has a little standoff thingy. So it's not needed on this particular case. And oh, there's one hiding. right underneath the I/O. Come on, let go. There we go. Okay. Now all that should be holding this board is the 3 bottom screws. So I'm going to start holding the top as I unscrew these. I'm just going to put my phone's flashlight here-ish. Yeah, that'll work. So I'm going to hold to the top here. That center standoff will keep this board from falling out completely, so long as I keep inward pressure on the board. I'm just doing so with my thumb on the heatsink that's now attached. So now remove these bottom 3 screws, just holding my thumb on this heatsink, making sure that that doesn't fall off. My palm is on the other side of that heatsink just to get even pressure. And that's 1 screw, that's 2 screws, and this is the last screw. Just dropped my phone, but that's okay. Got the screw out. I think that should be all the screws in this board. Now I'm going to very gently try to remove it. Should be free. Yep, that's the case. And okay, so the old board is out and in my hands. Great. Too much computer stuff here right now. Nowhere for things to go. Alright, so I'm just going to set this on the floor over here for now. That's not going to get hurt. I am going to use that board. It's a perfectly good board. It's a 5950X. I might use it for a server. I might resell it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But here we have all of our cables still oriented where we need them, which is great. And we should be able to put the new board right on in here using the same screws we just took out, and everything should be fine. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Quick sip of Mountain Dew. And as soon as we get the board properly wired up, then we can go ahead and do a smoke test. Power it on for the first time and see what happens. Ooh. It's always real fun and real ominous to power something up for the first time, especially brand new electronics. You never know what's going to happen. Sometimes it lets the magic smoke free. Sometimes it just works. You never know which way it's going to go. It's usually one of those two things, though. It rarely doesn't quite work. Although, just to be aware, before we get going, and I'll mention this again, the first time we start this up, it is definitely going to take a little while for the thing to start up the first time. Memory training on AM5, especially for this much RAM, this is 96 gigabytes of RAM over 2 sticks. That's a whole lot for the integrated memory controller to handle. So it'll have to go through various checks and whatnot. It might take a minute, up to a couple of minutes, to make that memory actually work the first time here. So it may take a little bit of time on first boot. But for now, So this case can take up to a 420 radiator on the top. This is a 360 millimeter radiator, and that's fine. Do I want to do that first? Oh, that's right. I forgot entirely. This case is so brilliant that the entire top gets removed to install a radiator. So I'm probably going to install the board before the radiator, but I do want to take the top off just to see what we're dealing with. The way that this works is the top literally just pops off. It's ball joints. So there's the top metal part where all of the buttons and stuff go through, and the top portion here. You know what? I'm gonna do a quick little tiny vacuum on this as I'm moving along here. Got a dust buster right here in my hand. So this has been in action for a little while now. Where the heck did my brush go? There's a brush that attaches to the end of this. I don't think my daughter brought it back to me when she borrowed my vacuum. But this should still work. And not very well. The brush is kind of needed. Okay. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about the dust then. Not that bad. The workstation itself is worse, and I will certainly have my brush back by the time it comes around that I need that. So I'm going to set the top aside. I've already set the glass panel aside because we've been working in here. So the top is aside. Now the filter is next. So this has filtered inputs. I'm actually going to try that vacuum trick again on this filter because it is filthy on the inside here. Yeah, no, that didn't do crap. Alright, so I'm just going to not use the filter temporarily, and I will bring that outside as soon as the stream is over. Trying not to get any of this dust all over the place here. So I'll just put that aside as well. Alright, so this whole top panel here, like I said, I am going to dust all of this. So this entire top panel comes free. So there are 3 screws holding it on. They're on the outside here. I'm going to go ahead and remove those. I did an entire hardline water cooling build in the Fractal Design Meshify 2, the case that I currently have the workstation that's streaming in. And it works exactly the same way. It's just a little bit smaller. The one that is in the other case only supports, I believe it's probably a 360. It's either a 360 or a 420. I think it might be able to do a 420 on top. This supports 1, 2, 3, 4 120 millimeter fans, or a big 480. That's more than what this is, though. So now that these are removed, you can push on it just a little bit. There we go. And oh, this is attached to it, I guess. How does that work? Oh, just like that. So there's one more screw up top. It's hard for me to see because it's just above my eye line here. All right, so there's that. And I think that was the only thing holding this in. Yep, absolutely. So there's that. And it looks like we have our fan connectors going to the back of the motherboard tray before they come out the front. So I'm not going to yank on those. What I'm going to do is push them gently through the grommets to the other side. And then pull them through. Okay. That one is down here, I guess. Where did that one come from? Ah, there it is. So there's fan connector down here. So this gets pushed through the same location of the how does this work? Yeah. I might have to spin this thing around. Well, in for a penny and for a pound. Alright, so let's not necessarily spin it around, but just take off the back panel. Where is the back panel? There we go. Okay. Try not to take out any of my displays in the process. Put this behind me. Hopefully not break the glass panel. Alright, so both side panels are off now. Should make it way easier to pull these fan cables through. Okay, there's one. There we go. Oh, and those are going through a zip tie in the back. Come on, I'm trying to undo it. There we go. Just joined with Velcro. Comes with Velcro strips for cable management, which is really nice and really tidy. Or at least it would be if they weren't preventing me from removing the radiators when I want to. There we go. Pull those forward. What is that? That is coming from... It's another fan. Oh, it's from the front of the system. I have fans in the front. I'm not going to bother with those. I'm just going to leave that in the system here. And these are two Arctic fans. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the Arctic fans. These are actually real nice fans. I like these. They're inexpensive and very high pressure and high airflow. Can't really go wrong with the Arctic P12 fans. But we're not using those today. We are going to do push-pull on this radiator eventually with the LL120s that I have in my machine right now, and the new fans, they're iCUE Link fans that come with this new cooler. So that should look just as fantastic inside as out on this new setup. And we have two screws per fan on this anyway. And I promptly dropped the screw, but I'm not going to need that for now. Okay, and with this, the radiator for that mounts directly to this. So I'm going to set this on top of the case for now, gently mounting this in place so that it doesn't fall easily. There we go. That's where that goes. And now I'm going to slide this as rearward as possible and see what I can do about unboxing the new cooler. Move the RAM aside here. Put you up there. Put the screws for the motherboard here so they don't go all over the place. Cool. Slide you back. And grab the new cooler. Okay, so here's the new cooler. Once again, the iCUE Link H150i. With all of its rainbow bar goodness and its LCD screen. Where does the box open? From this side. Deplastic this. Okay. 2 tabs. Stop. Do not forget to view the manual. You know what? I'm going to not view the manual just because they told me to. Safety, compliance, and warranty information. Set that aside for a moment. First thing that I pick up, this is probably the screen, I'm guessing. Nope, this is the iCUE Link box. So this is the new controller. It is super tiny. I'm down. So peel that off. It comes with double-sided stick tape. I'm not going to stick it yet. I'm going to set this back inside here. And I'm actually just going to gently set this inside the machine when the time comes. So I'm going to set that aside. And now I get to unbag the new cooler. So this is the pump side of things. So we've got thermal compound pre-applied. No, for now, today's testing, I'm going to use the pre-applied compound. I might pull this off and put my own compound that's higher efficiency on there. I have some MX5 hanging around that will be a little more efficient. So first look, my first look anyway, just taking a look at the pump block here. The fittings on this are knurled. They have the Corsair logo on them. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can do something about that. A little fine tuning. I don't know if you can see, there's little pirate ships. They're upside down from our view here. There we go, that's right side up. Corsair logo. But just taking a look at the interfaces, they seem pretty durable. I'm not sure if I like, well, I definitely don't like the fact that they're plastic going onto the pump directly. I would have liked to see the metal continue all the way down into the pump block, because that could shear off theoretically. I'm not too worried about it right this second. A lot of people have used these in the past just fine. So yeah, I'm gonna wait to do the peel on the LCD, just in case I, touch it or whatever when I'm installing the block. I don't want to get my fingerprints all over it. I'll peel that before I start the system, but I want to keep that nice. I'm also going to keep this part on until it's actually time to install, so don't smudge up all of the thermal compound. All right, so we have mounts. So one of these is going to be our AM5 mount, and the other one should have the Intel mount pre-applied. So I do need to remove that. Might as well do that now. Oops, there we go with that. So you should be able to pull these off. Ah, there we go. So I'll find out where they split, and you just pull them, and they come off. These are the Intel versions of the mount system. So I'm going to take those off and set that back on there for safety. And then I'm going to find the ones for AMD that we're using here. So one of these is going to be the back. No, there's no backplate involved with this. What am I looking at here? Okay, so this definitely says AMD, AM4, AM5. So this is definitely the mounting hardware I want. Open our little baggie here. Figure out what we have. I did see some reviews of other people mounting this, so it's probably fine without a manual. So that's, looks like half of it, and I just dropped some of the mounting hardware, one of the little standoff pieces, so I do need to pick that up. But until then, what am I looking at? Oh, okay, so it's both sides of that. All right, cool. Is there a one side is up? No, they appear to be vertically symmetrical. So yeah, just sort of jam them in the way that the other ones came out. So if I take a look at this, be able to just shove this in here, maybe? Yeah, that looks like it. And then on the other side, grab the other one. No. No. Ah. Okay. And then we shove this in the other side, just like it was before. that's it. It mounts like this, I think. Yeah, I think that's the ticket. Either that, or they might go in the other way. Wish I'd paid better attention. So they could go in this way. Nope, that doesn't appear to be a choice. No, they stop you from that way. All right, so it definitely goes in this way. Just learning, as you do. All right, so that's together enough. I'm going to pick up that standoff that just came out. And because I watched the review on these, I know that these standoffs have a thicker screw and a thinner screw, and that the thicker screw is designed to screw into the motherboard's existing thermal mechanism. So I'm just going to go ahead and screw those in right now. It's going to be sort of kind of off camera, and I apologize for that, but I don't want to lose these standoffs. So I want them on the new board. So I'm just going to go ahead and screw them in. I apologize about not showing that to you guys, but that's the way that this is going to work. Whoop, that one's upside down. It would not screw in because it was too skinny. Okay, there's two. There's three. And I will show you the actual cooler installation when we get to that point. I just want to get this mounted on the radiator first, the radiator part of the case first. And there's four. All right. So now that I don't have to worry about those screws disappearing on me, I can pop that back in there. I'm going to go ahead and put the Intel mounting hardware in this little baggie here so it doesn't get all scratched up. I'm going to set that in here as well, just in case I need that. And here's a backplate and the standoffs for Intel. So we should not need this at all. Yeah, this is the Intel hardware baggie. So I'm going to just slide this right on back in here because we're not going to be using that. And now let's go ahead and get the radiator portion done. Holy crap, that's awesome. The radiator fans are pre-attached to the radiator. So all you got to do is screw it in. That is absolutely fantastic. And it's on the bottom too, which is where I would want the fans for this in order to do a push-pull on the new system. I'm not going to do a push-pull here today, but that's how that will work when I mount this up to my real workstation later on. So I can pull this part off the top. I can line this on up. And right here, I'm going to screw down this this radiator. I'm actually going to orient it so it's rearward. And I'm going to put in the screws so they're in but not tight, so that I'm able to move the radiator forward and backward inside of this radiator mount so that I can position it where I want it once it's inside the case. That'll just make life a little easier for positioning's sake. It should include mounting screws. I'm totally going to mess up this thermal paste application before I get to installing this, aren't I? I think so. You know what? I'm going to have to set this whole deal aside somehow. Like this, maybe? That'll work. Okay, I just need my screws. Okay, so there's the screws. Here is USB splitter for the connecting box and the LCD panel. And this this is a bunch of fan cables, USB cables, power, all the things I need to actually route the cables and wiring here. And a couple more things that I just dropped. Alright, so for now, I'm going to see what I can do about recapturing the things that I just dropped and putting this box as far away from me as possible right now, because I shouldn't need anything else that's in it. Okay. So radiator is on my desk on the other side. Safe. Good. And the things that I dropped are... it's kind of a male-female 4-pin... no, female-female 4-pin connector of some kind. Times 2. Oh, no, wait, this is a different thing. Another more different thing. I don't know what those are. Are they broken plugs? Hope not. No, it looks like the same interface as this. So it looks like this, not a coupler. What is it? I'm not seeing any male versions. This is female-female. I guess this is the new Corsair iCUE Link interface. I've never seen these before because I haven't had any of these new iCUE interface products. This looks like a power, like PCIe power. I might actually have to refer to the manual on this. Mounting should be easy, so let's get it in the case. But as far as routing cables and stuff goes, that might prove to be not necessarily problematic, but have to try a little harder. All right. First off, let's set these cables aside for now. We'll leave them on the desk and find the appropriate screws for getting this mounted to the case. Now, there should be a longer set of screws and a shorter set of screws. The shorter set of screws is what we're after, because we want to mount the radiator from the radiator side directly to the case. So there's some long ones like this, which are going to be to go from, if I wanted to do push-pull with fans between the radiator and the case, so they're nice and long, they'll go through a fan and the top of the radiator. So it's awesome that those are included, and I will end up using them in my final build, but that's not what we're doing here today. We want the shorter screws in order to do the direct mounting of a radiator to our radiator assembly here. So we've got some thumb screws. That's going to be to mount our pump to our block. We've got a bunch of these longer screws. Looks like there should be enough for a full set for 3 additional fans. So that's 4 times 3, 12. Wow, brain slow today. So there should be 12 of those. and there should be 12 of the smaller screws as well. That's the screws that we're using here today. And for today's purposes, I'm only going to install 4. Because A, I'm lazy, and B, this is just a test rig setup, and I'm not going to be moving this around too much. It's just going to sort of sit there, hang off the top of the case, and these stresses are not going to be stressing out too much at all. So there's 12 of these short screws as well, but I'm really only going to need 4 of them, and that'll do the trick. We also have washers. The washers sit between the screws and the case, so that it gives us more of a head surface to distribute the pressure of these small screws and mount our radiator successfully. So we've got all of our screws separated here on the desk. Just a bit. Long screws, short screws, and washers and thumb screws. Okay. So let's grab our top and our radiator. Just thinking about what orientation I want the tubes to go. Words are hard. All right, so here's our cooler. I'm going to put my pump on the desk, flip the cooler over into its orientation that it's going to be in, which is this way, right? I'm going to put our case top on top. This just wants to go every which way. Like so. Just like that. And going to go there and put a punch out. So I'm going to put a washer on one of our screws and then stick it in one of the screw holes after I line it up. Not too far. How about here? I think that'll do it. Now I'm just going to finger tighten this screw with a washer. They're machine screws, so I shouldn't have any problems there. Yep, nice and easy. Just a little bit. And do another one on the other side. Again, we're using the short screws because they're mounting this top thing directly to the radiator. Okay. And where'd my precision screwdriver go? Well, not a huge deal. Use this. Once again, not going all the way down on it. We're gonna leave that slightly open so that it can move left and right, just as you see here. And we'll drop in 2 more screws on the other side of this. There's fluid in this that I can feel tipping left and right, messing with the center of gravity on this guy. So it's not easy to hold steady when I'm putting these screws in. So once again, doing the same thing on the opposite side. Just washer, screw, and then screwing it down. And the final screw of the 4 that we're using here today. Oop. Okay. Just tighten these a little bit. Not all the way down, clearly. Okay. So this should move. Yep, it does. Great. And now, with that up there, I'm going to grab the pump and just sort of put this back in place on the top of this rig. It's not where it goes, but it'll work for now. Oop, maybe not. Okay. Lift this up. Stick this in here. Okay. Gotta wiggle things around a little bit. Oh. So apparently I can't have a rad and this wall for the hard drives here simultaneously. Well, that's good to know. I didn't realize that that was going to be a pain in the ass. All right, let me remove this temporarily. Okay. It will work with that installed. I just need to slide this back a little bit. So right now, we are on the forwardmost screw holes. If we slide it back about an inch to the second set of screw holes, then it'll actually fit with the with the hard drive shroud in place. So I guess we'll go ahead and do that. One radiator screw. Two radiator screws. There's 3. Don't drop any of them. Sheesh. All right, with the 4th one removed, we'll just slide this forward to grab the rear set of screws and see if this will work better for our situation. All right, so some of the washers came off, so I'm going to have to pop these back on. And again, line this up in the screw hole and finger tighten. Washer, screw, line it up, and tighten down. Dang it, I lost my washer. Washer's giving me trouble. Washer on the screw, screw in the hole. Damn it, get in the hole. Go to your home. There it is. Too tight. There we go. And now for these last 2 screws. This radiator is actually getting really heavy in my hand. I really want to put it down, but I can't do that right now. If I put it down, the pump block that I'm currently holding with my left arm, the non-screwdriver arm on the desk that you probably can't see on the other side of me here, will come off and cause trouble. But this is the last screw, so I'll be able to put this down in just a moment, hoping that the motherboard will still fit in here with this in the rearward position. I don't think it should cause us problems because it's a really big case and it has lots of top space. I would not be able to do that on the standard Meshify 2 that I have in my current tower. All right, so this is in, it's fine, and there's our block. And we can go ahead and put that in like that. Cool. All right, it actually looks like it belongs there. So if we take a look here, I just went ahead and set our top panel down in there, and this is our radiator with its fans, and it's still movable. So everything looks perfect. This will actually work in any of the orientations that this will work in. So that's absolutely perfect. And I'll just let the block dangle for a moment. Cool, cool, cool. Haven't even mounted up our motherboard yet. How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours, 15 minutes. Just to check out the new board, talk about what's going on, and mount up the cooler. All right, so here's the screws that hold on that top panel. And there's my precision screwdriver. So we're just going to put these screws back in place so that doesn't slide around anymore, because that radiator is pretty much mounted perfectly in this case. I wish I could leave this system together, honestly. This case is just too heavy to actually use as a primary case. I would love it. Like, it is a fantastic case. I can't sing its praises enough. But it's just too darn heavy. All right, so I'm going to lock down these radiator screws just so this thing doesn't slide around when I'm moving the case around. I'm not going to like go super hard on these. I'm not wrenching down on them at all. More or less just slightly more than finger tight. They'll stop, they'll let you know. And this is now hard mounted to the top. And this is as good as it gets. All right, so we've got the radiator installed. And now it's time for the motherboard. So I'm going to put our pump block on top of our computer, like so. Try not to damage the radiator. How will you fit? Okay, you're happy that way. Let's leave you there. It's just hard to manage the tubes and stuff. Try to get it into the right orientation. Okay, so let's grab our motherboard here and get that into position. Make sure that stuff on that side stays on that side. The things to look out for here now are going to be making sure that these cables don't overlap our board. So we're going to have to get those out of the way. I wish I had a third hand to help right now, because that would be super, super helpful in the case of doing these kinds of installations, to have somebody just to move the cables aside while you're trying to mount the board. But I've done this before by myself, and I'll just have to make do. So, ground myself, and grab the new motherboard, just like so. All right, so there's our board. And there's no I/O shield for this board. It has an integrated one. Most high-end boards do that now. In fact, I'm going to do the peel for the back panel because I don't know if I'll be able to do that once the back panel is installed. So there's that. Oh, I'll set the board back in the box and remove the I/O shield that is installed in the case already from the previous motherboard. I forgot to do that. So there's that. Don't lose this, because this will go with this board. This is a ASRock X470 Taichi Pro. That also is one of the first boards that has 10 gigabit Ethernet on the Ryzen platform. That was actually a hard find. To find a board that had both 8 SATA ports, that's hard on its own because most boards don't have SATA ports anymore, at least many. And also I wanted a board with onboard 10G, which basically turns it into a perfect server board if you want, 8 hard drives, which is exactly what I wanted on that board. So by itself, you plug in 8 hard drives, it's got 10 gig networking, install an operating system on an M.2, and it's good to go. And that's how I operated it for some time. But that time has come to an end in this box, at least for now. So let's go ahead and get you installed. All right. So got to line you up. Ordinarily, I would like to lay this case down on a table and do all of these operations with it in the horizontal orientation. But given this case has that little nubbin in the middle that holds the motherboard steady, you can do this vertically, and I have done it before. So I'm moving the cables, the top cables out of the way as I stick the motherboard to the very top of the case. And now I'm trying to pull all of the cables from the right side free to over the motherboard here while it's grabbing it from the bottom. Try not to pull anything or bend any pins on the bottom of the board. Just very gently moving the cables and moving the motherboard around to make sure that I have the orientation correct and that I'm not going to bend anything, hit anything, interact with anything, and still make sure that the cables are going to go into their right spots. And I'm not locking any cables or anything, or locking them behind the board or any of that jazz. So it's fun. Okay, now I'm going to try to line up the back panel, so that'll give me an indication of where this exactly is going to go. Ow! My pump just accosted me. Did you see that? I'm not harmed. I did smear some thermal compound on the case. That's okay. I didn't drop the board. I'm still holding it. That's secure. All right, so I think I've lined that part up. Oh, no, it's too far up. Okay, there we go. I lined that up. And now I'm trying to look for the middle standoff here. Ah, there it is. It just caught. I know you guys can't see that, but there's a little standoff that's part of the board here. Okay, so I can let go, and the board is stable on that standoff. It's not going anywhere. And I can begin to install screws. Now, just making absolutely certain that these are in the same alignments. I just want to make sure there are screw holes in all the places that there are screws, screw holes on the motherboard, so that all the standoffs will line up, just in case, because sometimes boards aren't the same size. There's eATX and regular ATX, and sometimes boards are bigger or smaller. So I just want to make absolutely certain that things are correctly oriented and that we have standoffs in the right positions. Because if the standoffs are in the wrong spot, then it could cause problems, because we'll scratch up the backside of the board, or metal can contact metal and break stuff when you first try to turn this on. Okay, all the screw holes are exactly as they should be. But always a good idea to look for that. That is good practice when you install a new board, just to make sure that all your standoffs line up with all your screw holes. Because if you don't have that, you need to rearrange your standoffs. But in this case, the board is identical in terms of layout and where the screw holes are. So I can go ahead and continue. 3 across the top. And the screws should be provided to you by your case manufacturer. They come with the case, not the motherboard. Just know that in advance. Okay, so there is 1 screw. Two screws. Having a magnetic screwdriver really helps for the vertical orientations, because you can basically put the screw at the end of the screwdriver and then maneuver it and screw it down into the hole. If your screwdriver is not magnetic, then you're going to have a hard time doing this vertically, because the screw basically just hangs off the tip of the driver and you can hold it in any orientation. As long as you don't move quickly, then it'll stay put. Did I get that one in the upper right? Yep. Or left, I should say. Okay, there's one under the eye. Should be. It's usually one that hides right there. It's hard to see and to get at. Oh, it's actually highlighted and part of the motherboard heatsink. I like that. Part of the motherboard design. That's real nice. Okay, just a couple more screws left. Screw across the bottom. One. Oh, and of course I'm missing a screw. Oh no, there it is. Is that the right kind of screw? No, it's not. This is for top panel, I guess. Huh. Alright, well, I'm just plain missing a screw then. Doesn't surprise me that I've lost one. Oh no, this is the correct one. That one's for the top panel. Also, if you go to the left until the screw drops into its location and then go to the right, it'll make your life a lot easier to line up the screw threads on these. That's most screws. That's just a generic screwdriver tip. If you screw in the opposite direction to screw in, it'll eventually just drop into its appropriate socket, and then you go right and it'll go into the same hole rather than trying to bore a new one. But the motherboard is now physically mounted in the machine. We have all of the screws that it's supposed to have, which is semi-unusual for my builds, as I use a lot of used equipment and not the correct screws and that sort of thing. But this case I bought brand new for this last build, so I have everything for it. In fact, the stuff that isn't seen right now here today on this case is in a box where I know where it is, and I have all of the appropriate screws and stuff for the rest of this. So if I do end up selling this, the next person is going to have a real good time, and I should be able to get more for it as well. Lots and lots of dust. Okay. So, now that we have the motherboard installed in the case, it's now time to wire it up. So, I'm going to start with the EPS connectors in the upper left-hand corner, the CPU power connectors. Just because they're kind of tricky, and if you don't do those first, then it can be, a little weird, problematic. So, let's go ahead and get those in. I'm just feeling for them a little bit. Okay. Once this is wired, I'm going to then install the CPU cooler and get that done. But getting ahead of myself here. Okay. Which one do I need? That is both 4-pin. I guess this one. It's the little clippy. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. It's 8 there. So these go in together. On the old board, it was 4. But on this board, it's 8. So we got to clip these together. This power supply cable was designed for this. There's a little clip guy. Come on. Is that correct? No. How does this work? Oh, okay, that's the way it works. So there's an interface and a clip on one side and the other. But they're bent on me, so I have now tried to do it too many times. There we go. Just like that. Okay, now cable is clipped together. And now I just need to pop it in its interface. Ah. I have seen the light. Ow. Still can't get it in place. There we go. And we'll slide that right in. Till it clicks. That in all the way? I hope so. Yep, can't pull it out. It's in there. Okay. So see how tricky the EPS connectors are? It should not be that tricky. Unfortunately, a lot of this is left over from history and extending extensions of extensions of extensions and revisions to new versions of PCI and different power requirements over the years. And ATX has become crazy overbloated. Okay. So that's in there. And then this requires, it looks like, a PCIe power. That's for the card slots and for the front panel power. Okay, plug in the front panel power first. And I have PCIe right here, already wired up. So I'll use one of these. Okay, that's in there. I'm not going to plug in any SATA because I don't need that for this testing. I am going to plug in front panel USB 2. Okay, that's plugged in. Okay, that's it for that section. Plug in HD audio. That's nice to have. Plug in. Oh, that's a fan. I'm not going to bother with. Actually, you know what? They're here already. This is going to be one of the front fans, so I'm just going to plug it in. It'll let me. There we go. A little tight. Don't know what's holding that up from the back. Okay, and now from here, we're going to wire up our little front panel gizmo. So this tells us what pin is for what. It is silk string on the board, but it's hard to read it. It's easier to read it from here. So this is just a little interface doodad. So you can plug your things in here and then just plug the whole thing into the board. All right, so hard drive LEDs don't care. Reset. All right, which one of you is reset? Your power switch. So we'll guess we'll start with you. This is not a guide as to where things go on this board. You should always refer to your motherboard's manual and or the silkscreen printed on the motherboard to figure out what all of the plugs do. Not everything is always in the same orientation. Some of it is pretty standardized these days, like HD audio is pretty much always going to be here, which is why I was able to just plug it on in. Also, the pin arrangement will tell you a little bit about what's there. But in terms of the front panel connector and where SATA is and all that kind of thing, that's all going to be a little different from board to board. All right, so this is power LED. All right, power LED plus goes here. Power LED minus goes here. And of course they use DuPont connectors instead of, standardizing on a front panel connector. So annoying. Okay. And I don't have a reset? Why don't I have a reset? That's kind of odd. Oh, there it is. I see. So this is the reset. Ground and reset. And where's my power button? That's on the other side. Speaker, I'm not using a speaker. I'm not going to bother with that today. Power button. Okay. So now that the power button, reset button, and power light are wired up, I'm going to take a look at the port arrangement and how things fit in. This will only go into that port one way. It's keyed. I'm actually feeling with my finger on that port itself to figure out where the bottom pins are missing. And it's along this orientation. So I can feel that it goes in just like this, and it will not go in upside down without bending pins anyway. So don't bend pins. Make sure that everything is lined up properly. Take your time with it. Sometimes these are fiddly. Come on. Especially when you're seating so many pins simultaneously. Where are you not going? That's correct. Had it misaligned. So you got to line it up perfectly, or the keyed pins won't go in properly. All right, so that's all set. I'm not going to worry about, neatening up the various cables and whatnot for now, just because we're going to tear this down anyway. And airflow-wise, this is working out, just fine for me right now today. So everything is cool. We are good to go. Oh, that's just a secondary PCIe. I get it. We're good. Okay, so the next thing to do is to mount our cooler and start her up. So we're doing really well. Okay, so cooler, might as well look at the box. Might as well look at the box. All right, so the cooler has the pipes, the tubes, always coming out of the right side of the cooler. It can only be oriented in this direction. Oop. We're small zoomed in. You can't see what the heck I'm doing. All right, there we go. So we're mounting this to that, and the tubes always have to be on the right in this particular device. Some of them, some AIOs have different things. Sometimes you can rotate the pump cover and whatnot. You can't do that with this because of the way that the LCD connects. So here, just double checking, we have our thermal compound pre-apply. That's these little triangular doodads. And I'm just going to go ahead and place these mounting holes right over the standoffs that we have. I've already inserted them. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go over them real quick, just fingers. Make sure that these are tightened, not like super tight, but finger tight, and they are. And now I'm going to just go ahead and put the holes in the holes and the holes in the holes. Okay. And make sure that we're all, more or less in the middle and lined up and good to go. And then we have these little thumb screws that come with the cooler here. Zoom in. So we have these here thumb screws, and we're just going to go ahead and finger tighten those in a cross pattern so that we get even mounting pressure. So that one isn't even all the way down, but now that we have one in, it should be just fine for our purposes here. Come on, I'm trying to find the top of the screw with the thumb screw. There we go. All right, so that is in. And now the other opposite corners here. Okay, and now the fourth one, and I'm going to tighten this all the way down, finger tight. And it's actually the spring steel that these mounts are made from that give it its mounting pressure. So this can go all the way down until it stops, and we'll have enough mounting pressure. We don't got a wrench on it. So there we go. That stopped. Do the opposite. That stopped. Do this one. Stopped, and do this one. Okay. So pump is mounted, and we can route our tubes. And I'm just going to very gently bend these sort of kind of this way-ish. When a GPU is installed, they're going to sit more or less on top of the GPU. When I install this finally in my other case, it's going to be probably I'm going to install this so that the tubes are on the opposite side, I think. So it'll stretch a little bit more to the other side here. Take up a little more space and make it so that it doesn't bump up against the top of my GPU, because that's going to get hot. I'm just spatially reasoning this out because I didn't think that the tubes were going to be so long. Either that, or I can run them upwards and like shove them behind the radiator, maybe? Like this. Is that a thing? It's too much routing and rerouting. For now, in our test configuration, we're not going to be using a GPU anyway, at least for now. But now that we've got all of that set, it's time to put all of our hardware back in a little baggie so we don't lose it. Radiator hardware, that is. Where is... There we go. Missing hardware. Perfect. Because these are all really tiny, and I am fantastic at losing screws. It's like a superpower. Screws just go everywhere. It's actually why I really like the LDO Voron printer kits, because they come with like lots of extra screws, like at least a couple of each of the major kinds. Because I always end up losing at least a couple screws of each kind. So it's fantastic that they include spares. And I do know that I'm going to be using these screws properly soon. In fact, one of them just jumped off of my desk right there. I don't know if... No, you didn't see that. This camera's not zoomed far enough out. Oh, but I found it. Oh, the screw I dropped. This is actually a totally different screw from a 3D printer. The Allen key type screw. But this one is from the radiator. So that's the one that I had dropped. So then this is going to be stored back in the radiator box. Okay, so there's that, and I'm going to put this plate back in the box as well, in case it gets all goopy with a thermal compound later on. So we've got our wires going to our motherboard, we've got our pump installed, we've got our radiator installed. Now we need to make the radiator and pump, fans, and LCD and whatnot go. To do this, we are going to need all those cables and whatnot that we were messing with before. So let's go ahead and see what we can do about that. So those are here on the table. This. These. Not that. Okay. All right, and this is actually where I'm going to RTFM. I know, right? I get this far, and everything is good and actually looking really nice. And Cpgeek has to look at the manual now. Yes, because I've never wired one of these up before, and they give me a whole bunch of things, and I'm not sure where the things go for the places to do the stuff. So, let us go ahead and fire open a new window. Come on over to the desktop. Join me, won't you? Why is that not showing up? Desktop, middle. So has worked before. Why you no see desktop? All right, well, just a second. Come over to this screen temporarily while I work on that problem. Okay, let's move. Oh, utility desktop middle. That's the problem. Utility desktop middle, and wrong display. There's the primary monitor. And magic. There we go. So then we can on over here and go Corsair H100 iCUE link LCD. And we shall RTFM together. So I have the 360 millimeter version, and that's about what I paid, about $225. All right, and iCUE enabled product, yada yada yada. Where is the manual? Support. Oh, it should take me directly there, not here. AO liquid cooling. Scale LCD, if you're having issues, how to set up your liquid cooler in iCUE 4 or newer. I know how to do that already. What if I bounce back a couple pages and just ask Google directly to give me the manual? Huzzah. Okay, so it's rant time. All right. I didn't think that this would be an issue. I didn't understand this going in, but they did not include a manual for setup inside the AIO box. Straight up not there. No manual. They give me a warning. Scan this QR code to see the manual. That is stupid. Absolutely stupid. I should not have to go on the internet to build a computer. Because if this is my only computer, and I just finished tearing down my only computer, my desktop, then I would be totally up the creek without a paddle. I would have to reassemble my other cooler, boot up my computer, find this here online manual, or like use a phone, which is super tiny and not very useful for things like this. This is stupid. I don't like this at all. Manufacturers of products, please, please, please include a small paper manual that includes a quick start guide. Just enough to mount your product, get it working, and then have all the fancier stuff like the iCUE setup, the RGB lighting options, all that stuff can be online. I don't care. But to get the basic product working, especially for a cooler like this, where your computer doesn't work without the cooler, period. Just straight up doesn't work. You have to switch to a different kind of a cooler. So if this were my first computer, my first time building, I didn't have a computer at home, then I would be totally screwed. Unless I did this like on a phone or something silly like that. Just no. Please include a damn manual with your products, or not a full manual, just a quick start guide. Let me know how to wire it up and install it. I saw some reviews. I know how to do the basic hardware things, and I am very experienced with the overall process of building computers. So getting it mounted like I just did, quick and simple. I know how fans work. I know how radiator is mounted. I know how a pump lock can get mounted on a CPU. Super quick. Done. But as far as like wiring things up with this proprietary connection stuff, I don't know what goes where. I've never seen this before. So I need the manual, and I need to know where things go. And include that in the box, please. Okay, thanks, bye. Rant over. Let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, so here we have the manual here. All-in-one with LCD screen, yada yada. Before you start, most newer PC cases included CPU cutout to allow access to the bottom of the motherboard. We don't even need that because we're using the stock backplate because we have an AMD processor. The Intel processor uses a non-standard backplate, which we're not using here today. That's what they're talking about. It's fine. We have an H150i. Are you going to let me select the thing? There we go. All right, so this is what we're using. Uh-oh. The interface is on the end where the fan... Oh. That is so dumb. The interfaces are where the tubes go in. Okay, so on camera. Now, this is kind of on me because I should have examined the product. This is not a standard way to do this, so I didn't know to do so, and I didn't notice before I just now. But all right, so on the radiator part up here, these are the tubes, right? They go up into the radiator. Between the tubes are these parts here. This here. So between these tubes on the radiator, pointed down, we have these two Corsair Link connectors and a regular old USB-C connector. That's what I didn't get before. Okay. So we have this array of cables, and that's what I was like, what goes where? I don't know. I was confused and kind of overwhelmed, to be honest, because these are a new style of cable, and I didn't know what the heck goes where. So let me ponder for a quick moment with what I have in front of me. Ponder, 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 bother, bother, bother. So right now I'm looking for one with a USB-C interface on it, a cable. And I have found that. That's in my hand here. And I found a USB splitter right here. So on the actual build, this is going to be routed behind the motherboard and up and out. In this test build, I'm going to do what feels like a cardinal sin and wrap the cables on this side of the board. But because this is just for testing, it's fine. I wouldn't deploy a computer like this because it's straight up ugly, but it'll help me in terms of just testing. So this goes into one of my USB interfaces. It doesn't matter which one. It's totally fine. There are 3 of them here on the bottom. I think there's actually one more somewhere over here, but that's fine. Do I have any at the top? That would be kind of cool. Where's my front panel USB? Here? No, there are no better locations. All right, so this is just a standard USB splitter. There's nothing special about this. These are a dime a dozen. You can find these on Amazon for cheap. I probably don't even need one of these just because I have so many USB interfaces down here. But I'm going to use it. This will split off between the cable that goes to the pump and the cable that goes to the radiator. This is what brings the data connection to the fans. This is what brings the data connection to the pump block so that it can display the pretty pictures. And this is the iCUE Link box. So this too gets USB. This is mini USB, oddly enough. That's what it looks like. Are you? Oh, you are mini USB. Wow. Why are you not USB-C? Okay, that's stupid too. Everything should be USB-C now. Micro USB is just stupid in 2024. And this is a new product too, so this is absolutely dumb. And they include the cable to go to the USB internal interface too. So they could have made this whatever they wanted. This could have been a proprietary connection. I would have been okay with that. I'm glad it's not hardwired, so that's, you know, one thing. But this really should be USB-C in 2024. So this I'm going to plug into here. So this is our RGB box / Corsair iCUE hub. So there are 2 channels, 1 and 2, and that is both for RGB as well as for fan power. So that's actually really neat. So theoretically, I should just be able to go ahead and use this to get power. So this is actually a 6-pin PCIe connector, which is super weird. This really should be a standard SATA connector. Like all of the hubs that I've seen just use SATA power or even a Molex power. Most of the newer ones are SATA power. So this is how this gets power. So this will plug into this proprietary interface down at the bottom here next to the USB port. Okay. That's good and fine. Okay, so now this has USB connectivity, so it's plugged into the motherboard, so it's got software link. This will provide power, and I'm going to plug it into one of my free 16-pin PCIe connectors here. Just go in like this. Okay. One thing that I just learned by accident is that this Corsair hub is magnetic. That's pretty fantastic. They didn't have to do that. I really like it. So this can actually go, oh, this part isn't magnetic, or not magnetic enough. This part can go wherever. I'm just going to leave it at the bottom of my case. I'm going to shove it in here for now, and just collect up these cables once things are done. Or, nah, I can't go that far. That's fine. That's all fine. Okay. So this USB which is USB-C. That's crazy to me. They use both interfaces. Mini USB for the hub, USB-C for the screen most likely. So I'm going to plug this in to our USB 2 interface, front panel interface, and plug this part into the side of our pump. Let's refer back to the manual just to figure out where that is. All right, so iCUE active link ports. Oh, they give me a tachometer output. That's kind of neat. So there's iCUE active link port on both sides of the hub. That's what I identified previously. We've got this mini USB input here, which is, like I said, stupid and should be USB-C. I don't know why they did that. 2 is the power input. And as far as the power input goes, that's 6-pin PCIe. They don't show you the side of the pump. How to mount. Hardware, 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 hardware. Done all that part already. Okay, so on the fan connector, well, that's where the USB-C connection goes. There. So I guess there's a third one? No. How does that work then? Connect one end of the iCUE Link cable with 90-degree connectors to the Q-Link fan. Oh, I see. How do I get at one of these fans? I don't understand. Oh. Okay. So there's an interface. You know, it's easier to pull this out. Now that the pump is mounted, I can go ahead and pull the radiator out without a problem. So let's go ahead and pull these screws out. There's only 2 screws for the top of this thing. And that will enable me to see the side of the interface and the fan side of the interface as well, which is currently pointed at the left side of my case, or the rear of my case, I should say. All right, so these 2 screws are out. So let's slide this forward and then up. And then being careful not to bend any tubes too hard. Okay, so we have the interfaces. Here. So these 2 are active. You can use these as daisy chainable in and out, right? And then the fan itself, which I can't bend this too far, but you can maybe make that out. Oh, no, right here. You can't see it. It's off camera. You can do that. So this goes like this, right? And you should go in either direction, so I'm going to pop this guy in like that, into that interface there. And then there's one that's right here, right, that I should be able to pop into. And I'm actually going to do it this way. Oh, that doesn't work that way. So I guess it's this way. Hope I don't run it into the side of the case. Let's see how that works. All right, so, and then USB-C connector goes here, right? And I don't have any other fan connectors here. Each one of these fans is daisy chained, so these are plugged directly into one another, which is really kind of neat. So the radiator plugs into this, and then the radiator then plugs into the hub. So that's the shorty cable. Is this one shorter? No, it's the same length. So then I use the longer cable. Continue standing on your own, please. Don't fall over.
FBI, open up!
Come on, I'm fighting with a twist tie over here. Okay, so this is the longer version of the cable. So that goes on the outside, and that's going to go like here. These are reversible, so you can plug them in either orientation, kind of like USB-C. Oh, so this should technically lead out the back too. So what I would do in an actual install is I would use this grommet at the top and just run this cable out the back and then to the box. But because I'm being dumb, quote unquote, for testing purposes, and leaving the fan controller hub on the front side of the case, I'm just going to go ahead and run this straight down and plug her in here to side, just like so. Yes, there's wires that go everywhere. Normally this entire bit of wires, all of this stuff, would be behind the motherboard tray, and you would not see any of this. But I'm leaving this out front because this is just for testing purposes, and I'm going to have to rip all of this out in however long anyway. So this is just to make the pump and radiator go. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, I should have some sort of USB specific to the pump. So going back over here. So I've done that. Connect system hub and power, I've done that. Connect micro USB to the system hub, I've done that. Connect 9-pin, yep, I've done that. Connect the 2-pin wire to the TAC, the system hub. Oh, right, because it needs the CPU fan header. I gotcha. That actually makes sense. So I'm going to hook that up. So the tachometer of the fans is read by the system hub, but it needs to transmit that information to the computer, because if the computer detects that there's no CPU fan, the computer will power off. It's a safety feature. So like if the fan of the CPU cooler dies on an air cooler, it will detect that failure and turn the computer off to preserve the processor so that it doesn't overheat. Plug got away from me. Oh, it goes this way. Okay. That is in there, and then this plug then plugs into the CPU power. So let's find the CPU power fan. They are not labeled. Holy crap, that's annoying. Or maybe they are and I just can't see. No, I'm not seeing any labels on those fan interfaces. Time to break out the motherboard manual for the first time. I usually need it more than that to find out what plugs into where, but because this is a minimalist setup, I haven't needed it quite yet. Alright, so, Manuel. Picture of board. Top of board. Okay, so it does list the power interfaces, but they are so tiny, I literally cannot read them in this little manual. I usually have my magnifier here. Set of magnifier glasses I used to solder and whatnot, but they are temporarily disappeared because of all of the tech that I'm surrounded with right now. So I'm going to use my phone and take a picture, or just plain straight up zoom in to those interfaces on my phone. Okay. So left to right, CPU fan, CPU optional, and AIO pump. So I'm going to plug into CPU fan because that is the one that makes sense. AIO pump just provides full power all the time, so we don't actually need that. We want to go into the CPU fan interface so that it shows up the tachometer of the water cooler. And I think that should do it. I'm going to look at the cooler manual just to make sure I didn't miss anything. See if there's one more connector. I thought that you needed to plug directly into the screen. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, maybe the screen has a USB cable in like one of these tubes or something that goes up to the radiator because all the interfaces are on the rad. You know what? I think I'm ready for a smoke test. Oh, holy crap, I got a raid. When did that happen? Oh my goodness. 6 minutes ago. Here I am deep into computer building. My goodness. Thank you very much, Black Phoenix, for coming on by with your viewers. Awesome. You're still here. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Black Phoenix is totally awesome, and of course, you know, Waddy giving the shout out as appropriate. Thank you very much for keeping on top of things. Thanks for getting the party over here. So right now I'm doing the first initial test configuration of my new 9950X CPU and new motherboard and new cooler. The cooler was a little weird to figure out, and no, this cable dangling and stuff is not the way I'm going to leave it. This is just a test configuration to make sure everything works. All of this stuff belongs behind the motherboard tray, and that's where it's going to go. But this board, processor, memory, etc. is not actually going to live in this case, but in the workstation case that I'm currently streaming from. But this is going to take approximately forever to figure out what the memory timings are going to be, because I have another kit of RAM that I'm going to install with this, and I have to build my own memory profile based around 4 sticks. It's a highly technical, annoying project that's going to probably take me about a month before I actually get to use this thing as a proper workstation. So I have it mounted up in the secondary case for now. And I'm just doing a test configuration, and I'm about ready to power this guy on for the first time and make that go. Holy crap, even my soundtrack is offline. So I get for taking off my headphones so I could work. Let's restart the soundtrack. Get some more chip tunes going on here. This is backingtrack.gg, by the way. This is free play music. That's pretty neat. Lots of video game themes and stuff. So yeah, let me grab a power cable and power this up. Let's see what happens. I'm only getting one channel of audio. What madness is this? That's new. Did I get a short or something? I'm only hearing one channel of audio. Oh, yes, I got a minor short. One of my cables wasn't plugged in completely. Nothing damaged. It works. Anyway, sorry for the delay. Let me see if I can find a active power cable that would be good for this, and hook this thing up to my HDMI capture card so we can see what's going on. Oh, and a keyboard would probably be good too. Alright, so I'm going to detach power and HDMI and USB from the front side of the mini computer that we were using for Home Assistant last time. That will kick that machine offline, but I'll probably just end up bringing it downstairs and putting it in the rack after this stream. It's been actually behaving itself very nicely. Also, in the comings and goings of rebuilding my workstation here, I will have two PCIe Gen 3 4TB SSDs free and out of my machine, because I'm basically replacing the two 3TB with two 4TB, or sorry, two PCIe 3 M.2 drives with two Gen 4 4TB M.2 drives, so it should double the throughput on the new workstation. But then I have these two Gen 3 drives, which are still plenty good and plenty performant, and that will end up being used probably for servers, more than likely including this eco server that I've been messing around with here on stream for the last couple streams. Alright, so there's keyboard. Here's HDMI. And we're going to use the iGPU, which this is the first iGPU that I've had in a workstation class machine in a really, really, really long time that I've personally owned. HDMI out. There we go. Because none of the Ryzen processors before the 7000 series, for like normal Ryzen, have integrated GPUs. They just didn't do it. But I am glad they chose to do it this time around, because it makes diagnosing machines a whole lot easier, because you can basically just remove your GPU and, hey, have a fully working machine still. Alright, so that's mine. Now I need power. Where the heck is the power supply for this? I need power from it. Okay. Okay. Found the plug. Unplugging now. And of course, it's covered with spilled Mountain Dew. That's less than ideal. I'm going to wash my hands after this. Oh, and of course, it would be stuck. What? What madness is this? Oh, it is incredibly short. It's not the cable that I need. Thought I had one plugged in here. That was a longer one. Isn't this always the way? This one. What of you? You are yanking. ink. Oh, are you the DisplayPort cable for the... Yes. That's for the VR headset. Not power. Ooh, found a power cable. Nope, that's for my soldering iron. How many things here that need to be cleaned? Alright, let me find a power cable for this thing. It's going to be frustrating. I will be right back in just a moment. I know where a stack of them are. I just didn't want to have to get up and go over there. So hang on for just a minute. I will be back very shortly. Okay, got me a power cable. Just need to get repositioned here. And get that power cable plugged in. Hopefully, yep, it's compatible with this interface. Now, okay, power is hot. Check, make sure this works. Okay. Now, this is either going to magic smoke or everything will be fine. So here's the initial plug-in. Power supply, I believe, is off. All right, things are going good. Now, I'm going to keep my finger on the power switch for the power supply and see what happens. Power is on. No activity on the board. No lights. That is unusual. All right, switching it off. Power supply is off. Making sure that the connector is installed there. And I just noticed that I didn't put the screws back in that top portion with the radiator. So I'm going to do that right now. So there's one, and there's two. Oop. so screws are back in. Things are good there. All right. So I'm going to power on, and then I'm going to hit the power button. Okay. And it comes to life. And the screen is on, so I did do something right. And I'm going to bring up the interface. See cam link. Not a... Okay. So, this tells me a few things. Alright, so this tells me that the pump and CPU block and all of that jazz is all configured properly. And the RAM is on and in and working, but the computer is not starting. And it's probably because of the BIOS, because I did not update the BIOS yet on this board. That's very important. I don't think it's currently compatible with this particular CPU that's installed. And that's fine. That's exactly what I thought would happen, because it's a brand spanking new CPU. People are just starting to receive them within the past day or two, as far as regular consumers go. So still working that out. I am going to take a quick look in the manual to verify the error light that's currently on. I'll probably just say that there's a CPU error, which is to be expected. Jumper. Okay, first light is CPU, second light is DRAM, third light is VGA, and fourth light is boot. So it's on the second one, which is DRAM. So it could be trying to do memory training, but it's not stuck on CPU. I am going to remove the peel from the screen, now that I know that things work and everything is good there. There we go. That looks really pretty, actually. I'm just going to give this a minute for memory training, if it's going to do memory training. Oh, it did it. So this is the output, and we get an output. New CPU installed. TPM is corrupted or brand new, that's fine. I can go ahead and reset FTPM. There's nothing on this, it's brand spanking new. No magic smoke has come out of it yet, so things are pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and press yes to reset the TPM. And that's totally 100% fine with the new CPU. I did not expect the CPU to work, period, like at all. Because this is probably an outdated BIOS version, and I'll test that in just a couple of seconds. But it does boot, it offers basic function, and here we go. And I'm mashing delete here to get us into the BIOS menu. Okay, so it says, please enter setup to recover BIOS settings, new CPU installed, that's correct. Please enter setup to configure your system. Alright, we'll press F1 to get the setup. Alright, so we've got setup here. It's mouse-driven. I hate mouse-driven setups. That means I'm going to need, like, mouse that I don't have on this system right now. I have mice, they're just not within arm's reach. My regular screwdriver. How about that? I was looking around for that. Alright, so mouse. looking at my shelf here to see if I have a mouse pad ready. Oh, there's an old crappy mouse that should do the job. Don't break the glass. I have the glass panel just sitting beside me here, and I almost hit it with my foot. Let's not do that. Okay. One quick second. I'm just gonna reach over and grab this crappy mouse. Hope that it'll work. Just need basic. Not trying to play games on it yet. Okay, so basic shitty mouse. Yep. USB interface. Once again, don't break the glass. Okay. Plug this in. Okay. It works. Okay. So, first off, let's go through this. This motherboard, like I said, is the Proart X670E Creator. The BIOS version is 2007. While I'm going through this, I'm going to go to the motherboard's website and grab the latest BIOS. Proart X670E BIOS. BIOS for motherboards, Creator X670E firmware. Okay, so the latest firmware available is 2204. Firmware we're running is 2007. So it's not that old. It's 3 versions old. It's from April 2018. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised it works, but it works and everything is good. Before I start configuring anything here, I'm going to flash the BIOS, which will require me to get a USB flash drive. Just searching for one in my pocket. I thought I had one. I do have one here. This is not the flash drive I thought it was. But I do have my backpack here already, so let me scramble for a USB flash drive. Don't go anywhere. So okay, there's a flash drive. Should probably be able to use that. I just sworn I had another one. Oh, this one or bust. All right, you're a Ventoy. So I'm going to just download the latest BIOS. Takes only a couple seconds, because I have the awesome internet. And I'm going to put the cap file right on the Ventoy drive. Hopefully it'll read NTFS, eject. Okay, so I'm going to plug this into a USB port. now we will go to, how do I flash from here? Here is the flash thing. I need a better look at this. Projector. Get advanced, so F7. Cool. BIOS rollback support. No? Easy flash utility. Proart. Here's a BIOS that I just put on here. I'm going to go OK. Important notice, back up your BitLocker recovery key and suspend BitLocker encryption of the operating system before updating your BIOS. That is fantastic advice. I'm not running BitLocker here right now. It's a brand new computer with a brand new drive. So I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, I want to update my BIOS. Do I want to read this file? Yes, I do. Do you really want to update your BIOS? Model Proart X670E Creator Wi-Fi 2204. That is the BIOS that I just downloaded and is appropriate for this motherboard. Always confirm that. The date is 8/2/2024, so this was relatively recently. And the particular BIOS, 2204, update notes is a Giza version for better stability with Ryzen 9000 series processors, which is what I am running. All those things corroborate together and basically say, yes, this is the BIOS that I want. So yes, I want to install. So it just rebooted on me, and you see exactly what I see. Oh, there we go. It's coming back around. Processing. And BIOS update is usually pretty quick. It's not that big. Really kind of curious precisely how big this is. Looked. I copied the flash drive real quick. 13.9 megabytes. So it's actually pretty darn small, all things considered. But I guess flash chips aren't as fast as, you know, flash drives. And this is actually my Windows deployment flash drive as well. So I'm going to go ahead and drop a copy of Windows on this when all said and done. But first I want to see if she'll post with the XMP memory settings and just make sure that all the BIOS settings are what I expect. Not doing any overclocking yet. I just want to make sure that things are set the way they should be. This is quite a bit slower than I expect the BIOS update to go, though. Not certain why this is taking so long. It is still progressing, though. Like, I can see the little bar move occasionally. So it's doing the thing, it's just going slow about it. 13 meg file it's writing. It'd be, like, in and out, done super fast, but I don't know. No big warning signs yet. Supposedly halfway done by the bar. Well, you don't want to stare at that. always stare at this. It's quite pretty. I mean, maybe not with all the cable mess everywhere, but the RAM and the pump, super pretty. And once all of this is nice and neatened up without the cable mess, it's gonna look real nice. Especially the screen on that pump. It's still updating. Oh, you can see my screen from there. I have it full screened on my second monitor there. Still cranking along. Yeah, this is immediate on all of my other boards. Did not know it should take this long to flash a BIOS. Well, meanwhile, while it's doing this, I'm not going to do a full BRB, but I do want to stand up and reach behind me and grab another Mountain Dew. What time are we looking at? We are at 10:40. It's actually way earlier than I thought it would be. We have been streaming for almost 4 hours, 3:41. And we have made great progress. No smoke. Things are responsive. There's a working computer, theoretically, once the BIOS gets installed properly. And like I said, no warning signs yet. Everything is going exactly how I thought it would. Update successful. System will be reset. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Oh, it happened automatically. I did not push the button. It turned off, and it's turning back on. There's nothing on the screen. Well, you can see that from that view too. But it does appear to be loading. It's going through memory training again, so that might take a minute. That startup sequence looks really cool. I wonder if it can be hacked or changed or anything. I mean, anything can be hacked, but whether or not it's easy. I might have to change the startup sequence just for being cheeky's sake. Do like a hackers boot up thing or something. Maybe my Cpgeek.org logo. Some of this on the screen on the way up or something. So the light currently says memory, which makes sense if it's going to do a full memory retraining, which I think it would after a BIOS update. It sort of kind of forgets all of its settings, period. So memory retraining totally makes sense, and this took a good minute or so when it was doing the thing the first time. So while that's doing that, there's no smoke. I'm going to grab another Mountain Dew. A couple of seconds. Do not take the glass. Another Dew in hand. Oop. Bumped the chair. Oh. Can't wait to get this place slightly more tidied up tomorrow. At least get all of these extra electronic components packaged up into their motherboard boxes and stuff. So I'm still not really all that worried. Memory training did take a while the first time around. So we're just gonna give it some time. It is 96 gigabytes of RAM on over 2 channels. Or 2 sticks of RAM, I should say. Still heckin' lot of RAM. Just having a touch of the radiator. Liquid temp is 34 degrees, or so says the screen. It's pretty much idle. Or if this is a touchscreen. Nope, not a touchscreen. Hello, computer. Are you going to do the thing? I really do think that it's just taking its sweet time doing memory training. I'm gonna have to get used to that. Like, it doesn't have to do it on every boot. Like, it'll find its training settings, remember its settings between boots. But, like, I'll have to reset it to do all of my memory testing for extended overclocking on my memory kits. So I'm gonna get used to all of this boot training BS. And it has gone red. Oh, nope, it's booting. Red is the CPU, and it did that, and it did memory, and now it's on VGA. And now it's boot. BIOS is updating. Do not shut down or restart the system to prevent booting failure. So that's what I get right now. I thought BIOS was updating previously, like when it said the BIOS was updating and it was taking a long-ass time to copy the BIOS file from the flash drive. Because if it's going to do this for every BIOS update, that's going to be annoying as hell. Especially if they do BIOS updates every, I don't know, couple months, at least for the brand new stuff. And I suspect that AM5 is going to get a lot of new BIOSes because there are a lot of new processors for it coming. There's X3D firmware that's coming at some point soon. So like 9950 X3D maybe. Definitely the lower end ones. There's probably also going to be whatever the next generation is on AM5. Or sorry, the next generation. Yeah, the next generation on AM5. It'll be Zen 5 point whatever. Oh, cool. We get signal. I just hit the delete key to get into the BIOS. It went away. Please enter setup to recover BIOS setting. We don't need to do recovery. We just need to set BIOS. Okay, so we are in the BIOS. It's currently running BIOS version 2204. I can see that from the screen here. Sees my 9950X 16-core processor. That's showing up correctly. 4300 megahertz, which is 4.3 gigahertz. That's fine. It shows all of my memory. 98304, that's exactly what should show up. It's currently at DDR5 4800. That's the default spec for this RAM. And we are more or less working. So we have a system here. It shows the USB drive that I have plugged in. That's the drive I was loading the BIOS from. And we have our NVMe drive. I only plugged in one here. That's our new PCIe 5 4 terabyte drive, and that's showing up correctly in M.2_1. That's exactly where it should be. We are at, looks like 45C on the CPU, 32C on the motherboard, and that is doing well. That's a little high for idle. It's kind of surprising just sitting here at the BIOS screen. I'm used to my 5950X being around 30 degrees Celsius. But I mean, it's not too bad, and I don't think that's a cooler problem or anything. We'll look more into that in a minute. Down here in the fan profile, we see a CPU fan, which is what our pump is plugged into. That's going to be the RPM of the pump currently, because we have that tachometer stuck on there. We've got chassis fan 3, which is the rear fan that I plugged in just for a little bit of airflow over those heat sinks and whatnot, and the RAM and all of the onboard components, because you don't want to suffocate your non-CPU components just because you're water cooling. So you should have some airflow over your board, and I do. There's a fan in the front and a fan in the back that's currently on mine, and those are daisy chained, which is why you only see that one fan here. These are both on the same header at 760 RPM, and they're linked. Which is totally and 100% as expected. Things are showing up great. Okay, so first thing, I want to set DOCP enabled. This will enable the XMP settings. It's supposed to be DDR5 6600 at 32, 39, 39, 76, 2 and 1 at 1.4 volts. That's what this is rated at. I don't know if I'll actually see that, because that's stupid high for 96 gigabytes of RAM, 6600 megahertz. But I selected it, it's enabled, and now I'm going to try to do first boot training at that. It will take a while to train. I know this going in, but I really want to see this work and see one memory kit operating at 6600 megahertz, at least for a little while before I start digging into memory testing. So that's the one variable that I changed. Everything else is showing up totally correctly, and I think that everything is working properly, at least so far. So I'm going to hit F10 here, so it's going into DOCP1. That's memory tuning. Apparently it does AI overclocking on the RAM. That's interesting. I might have to see what that feature actually does and if it's going to be helpful to me. This is the overclock profile from the RAM. So TCL 32, 39, 39, 76. It's nice that it's showing me this in the exit prompt here. Setting the voltage of the RAM. PMIC voltages, syncall PMICs. Memory VDD is 1.4. Okay, cool. And I want to scroll down to see what else we can see. Okay, that's the bottom. So we go okay. It will reboot and probably do memory training. And apparently mom is bacon. No, she's back. I see. Totally thought that said bacon. I don't know. Anyway, so we're doing our memory training. And that might take a minute or so. Just because I just requested stupid high speeds, and it may fail. It may fail and go back to the initial memory timings that we had up before. But the good news is that it does work at stock memory timings, at least at the BIOS. So we'll see what happens and what the memory training says when this comes back around. If it'll actually live up to the hype at 6600 megahertz and the timings that it came with. Those timings are actually set and spec'd for use with Intel chips. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that with this here AM5 motherboard, but if it works, amazing. If it doesn't work, then I'll know up front what I have in front of me and how far I have to go in order to get everything working. Not bacon. Lamau. So once all this cable clutter is cleaned up, I do really like the way that that this pump screen works. So this is the new cooler. So there's a radiator on top with fans that have lots of really cool lighting. You can't see right now because the camera angle, but there's really cool lighting. And of course, once I get my fans on top of that, my LL fans from the other case, I'm going to put them on both sides of this radiator, so hang down just a little bit more. And have fans on both sides. It'll look real nice and cool, extra good because of the extra fans on both sides. So that's the plan for that. I'm hoping that that they'll all fit, because that case is shorter, so there isn't as much room on this angle as there is on the other case. But yeah, once this gets cleaned up, things are going to look way better. So we get a boot. And here we are. And what did we actually get? So DRAM status. Oh, we're at 4800 megahertz. Why are we at 4800 megahertz? Let's go into advanced. If I do that, can't see. There we go. F7 for advanced mode. Oh, it does say the frequency is 6600 megahertz. It's in the right side there. So if I go to easy mode, why is it still showing 4800 megahertz? Where is the RAM info? Oh, up in the upper left-hand corner, it says 98304 megabytes, DDR5 6600. All right, so this is operating at 6600 megahertz. I'll be damned. So, like, that's fantastic. So I'm gonna get Windows rocking on this and see what's what. Let's go into advanced config and make sure that everything is set correctly. So security. No, let's BIOS security. Let's back up. AI tweaker. So we're set DOCP at 6600 megahertz. That's fantastic timings. I don't know if I'll be able to get 2 kits working at that. That's insane. Like, just 1 kit of 96 gigabytes of RAM is pretty amazing. And I was shocked at how reasonably inexpensive it is right now. So yeah, F clock frequency is good. I'm going to leave all of the overclocking stuff alone until it's time to mess with that stuff, which is after we find out that everything works properly. Menu item, Tweaker's Paradise. What's in there? It is Tweaker's Paradise. All right. Well, that's more things to mess with. I'm just looking at these settings here. So IOD voltage, MISIC voltage, VDDIO. Advanced memory voltages. Make current mode. I need to learn what some of these are. I'm not familiar with some of these. All right, advanced trusted computing. Security device support enabled. Good. Physical presence spec version. 1.3, yep. FTPM, enable firmware TPM. That's correct. Protection of runtime variables, that's fine. CPU configuration, SVM enabled, that's fine. PCIe subsystem, enable rebar. Rebar is enabled by default, that's amazing. SRIOV, if a system has SRIOV capable PCI devices. You know what? Let's leave SRIOV off for now. I don't want to mess with that, but it's good to know that it's there. For Linux support, this would be pretty amazing. USB config, all good. Network stack config, we don't need that enabled at the BIOS. NVMe config. There's our new drive, it's showing up correctly. Everything is good. We don't need to do any testing right now. Smart info. Ooh, it doesn't have smart info on the new drive. That's interesting. Should be okay though. It might just be reading it from SATA, so it might still be getting that. SATA config. SATA controllers enabled. RAID mode disabled. Smart self-test enabled. Hot plug is disabled. Okay, so that's all makes sense, as I would expect. Restore AC after power loss. This should always be at last state, and I really don't know why it's set powered off. That's dumb. I always set this at last state, and it's fine. This means that if it loses power, then it will turn itself back on when power is restored. Or if it's shut down, it'll stay shut down. And if it's unplugged and plugged back in, it'll stay shut down. So yeah, it should be last state. So I will make that change and be comfortable with it. Power on via RTC, power on by PCIe. So that's wake on LAN. I want to enable that. Max power saving. I want to know what max power saving is. I will do research on that before I enable it. Onboard devices. Um, 16:1 bandwidth bifurcation, auto mode, 8x mode. There's nothing plugged into 16.2, so I'm just going to leave that be. Wireless controller enabled, Bluetooth controller enabled, LED lighting. I don't see any LED lighting on the board. Like, there's nothing for LED lighting, which is kind of odd, but I guess that's the ProArt vibe. So there's no onboard LEDs on the board, which is fine. There's support for several RGB controllers. It has full Aurora support. It's an Asus board, for crying out loud. I'm not going to use any of them because I have all Corsair products for my RGB setup, and I prefer using iCUE for my layouts and stuff. But it is nice that they have RGB, but it's not on the board like all of my other boards do. Intel LAN card, 10 gig card. Actually might put a little piece of tape over the Intel LAN card so I don't accidentally use it versus the 10 gig. I don't know why there are 2 Ethernet ports on here. The 10 gig port should be just fine. Not a big deal though. I mean, more options is better, I guess. But if I accidentally plug into the 1 gig, 2.5 gig interface, I'm gonna be sad. And I'll know pretty much right away when I try to do anything major. Alright, anyway, monitors. Don't care about monitoring right now. Secure boot. Make sure secure boot is enabled. OS type is Windows UEFI. This is going to be a Windows box. I'd love to have this thing running full-time on Linux, but unfortunately, both my stuff for my job as well as my gaming and VR fixation really requires Windows still until that stuff gets good under Linux. So unfortunately, Linux is going to live in virtual machines, and that's just fine here. Secure boot mode is standard. Windows UEFI mode is fine. I don't know why that isn't set for Windows to begin with, but I mean, that's a change I'm fine with making. Boot configuration, fast boot is, you know what, I'm going to disable fast boot just altogether. Post delay time. I'm gonna make this 1 second, not 0 seconds, because that will skip my ability to hit delete, but it'll save a couple of seconds on boot up. Keep current. Native NVMe driver support, sure. We'll do advanced mode for all setup. Okay, I want to support BIOS rollback. Publish HII resources. I don't know what that is. Asus Secure Erase. I like that that's built in. Allows you to assign a different function to the reset key. Reset reboots the system. Oh, you can have it set in the BIOS on the computer to make it so that pushing the reset button changes the lighting. That's pretty awesome. Or you can have it direct key, so you can push the button and have it boot directly into the BIOS. That's really cool too. I think that would actually be probably more useful for the reset button, because you can always hold down the power button to get reset functionality. I'm going to go direct key to boot direct into BIOS, because I find that more useful. That's a really cool setting. Set up animator. Armory crates. Download and install Armory Crate app. I don't want to do that. I am not installing Armory Crate, so I'm going to disable that in my BIOS. SPD info for DIMMs. It's fine. Oops. My Asus. I also don't want to download my Asus. I don't need any of that crap. I'll download my own drivers. Thank you very much. All right, and exit, save changes, and reset. Yes, let's do the thing. And it should automatically boot off of the flash drive that I have in there. And we can go ahead and get Windows installed. What are you more bettering? Not bacon. Yes, not bacon. So it's booting. It's doing the thing. And I am not going to push the delete key to go into BIOS this time. I'm going to let it boot, which should hopefully boot off the flash drive. And it did. Okay. Verification failed, security violation. So this is the bootloader from the flash drive, and I'm not sure why it's saying that. Oh, because I need to enroll key. So I need to enroll key from the disk, and I'm going to enroll Ventoy EFI. Enroll this key in Mock Manager. Continue. Yes, I want to enroll the key, and I want to enroll the hash. Ventoy EFI. Enroll this key. Yes. Reboot. Okay, so this is an encryption key that enables booting, multi-booting from a secure boot flash drive, which is what I'm trying to do here for the installation of Windows in this case. Here we go, Ventoy 23H2. That's the latest version of Windows, so we'll go ahead and do that. It's the only ISO that I have on this particular stick right now because, yep, that's an 8 gig stick. I do have a 128 gig stick with a whole bunch of installs, but I'm not sure where that ended up right now. Boot in normal mode, and there's Windows. So it doesn't get any fresher of an install of Windows than actually installing Windows live here on stream. Okay, so English US. Next. Install now. Activate Windows. I do not have a product key currently, and that's fine because I have Enterprise and a licensed server. Education Pro. Where is Enterprise? Well, for 2023. This might be an older version of this ISO. I'm going to go Windows 11 Pro and upgrade it to Enterprise when I register. I accept. Let's do a custom install, Windows only, and we're going to install to our new blank drive. Next. Doing the thing. Now, this is actually a really quick Windows install. It should just be able to copy all the files from this here flash drive to the SSD, and then it'll continue the install. And we're already like 20% in. I'm not sure if this is the latest and greatest version of Windows 22H2, however, or 23H2, sorry, that's what it said. So it not being the latest ISO, there's probably going to be some updating to do. But I have 2 gigabits of internet, so updating should be super quick, I'd imagine. We'll see what happens. I still need to download all the drivers and whatnot for this particular build, so got a few minutes ahead. I also really want to benchmark this new flash drive to see what the stupid high numbers are compared to my my old one. All right, so it's finished copying the files. The actual installation from here on should be super quick. And just while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and run a benchmark on my current system drive in the machine that's doing the stream here. So, Crystal Disk Bench. Yep. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. So this is Crystal Disk Bench. This is a great tool for doing any sort of benchmarking on SSDs or hard drives. As you see in the window behind, I have this is the non-full screen version of what we were looking at a minute ago, the capture from the HDMI off of the new computer. But this window and what you're seeing is just my regular desktop on the machine that I'm streaming from. Now, I am recording this stream directly to this SSD while we're streaming, so it might take away a little bit of performance, but if we go ahead and benchmark the current SSD, get its performance metrics while we're waiting for Windows to install anyway, we'll then compare that to this benchmark on the new machine. So we have for sequential I/O, so bits written in a row, we're looking at just about 7 gigabytes per second on this SSD, which is really good overall. This is a PCIe Gen 4 drive. This is a Sabrent Rocket 4, which I've used for a few years now and really like it. So this is a top-of-the-line drive from 3 years ago when I first built this box. It was like the best that you could get. This 4 terabyte drive was probably close to $1,000 on its own when it was brand new. Now you can get drives like this in the neighborhood of a couple $100 actually, around a little less than 300, say. Looks like Windows is doing its thing here, so I'm just going to go ahead and click through this while we're waiting. US, skip keyboard layout. I don't have internet connected right now. Connect now to quickly get started on your device. Continue with limited setup. So I don't have any network cables or anything plugged in here. So I want to make sure to create an offline account. I do not want a Microsoft account signed in on this new PC. So I am going to say my name is Cpgeek, because my name is Cpgeek, and my password is that. Not super secure, but very reasonable for my local accounts. So I will never need recovery, and this is an offline account anyway, so this is just some gibberish. Okay, so question 2. I'm literally typing in random characters so that my password will never need be reset. If I need to reset my password, I will do it via other non-Windows means. Okay. So you'll notice on the screen right now, so read speed is where it normally is. Write speed is actually pretty horrendous for this drive. This should be more or less the same reads and writes. So this should be somewhere in the 7 gigabyte range as well. I am kind of shocked that it's only showing up as 17. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I'm also recording to this drive, as I was saying before. So this benchmark is kind of invalidated because I'm actually using it to stream right now and record the 4K footage of the stream that you're watching currently. All right, so privacy settings. When I configure new Windows installs, I always turn all of this crap off because there's no reason for Windows to know where I am. Find my device, I never use it, and I don't need it pinging Microsoft servers. I don't want to send Windows my diagnostic data and all of my private information. I don't use inking and typing because I don't have a touchscreen on this machine, nor do I have a pen input. I don't want tailored experiences because they don't need to track where I go and what my things are. I don't want a tracking ID because I don't want them tracking me around the web. These are crazy things that they actually put into the operating system. I just turn all that shit off when I do a new Windows install. There are other ways they can track you as well. This is not a tinfoil hat stream, but this is the way of Windows in 2024. Mom asks, are you saying I won't be able to watch this later and miss the unboxing, frowny face? This is actually being live streamed both to Twitch, and there's a Twitch VOD that will be around until Twitch decides to delete the VOD, which is usually a few weeks. This is also being live streamed to YouTube, and the YouTube stream should last conceivably forever. They haven't chosen to delete any content for content's sake yet. So that should be around. You're welcome to view it there if you'd like, so long as the stream actually works there. I haven't actually tested any of my live streams on YouTube. I've been dual streaming, and yet I haven't actually watched anything over there. I should probably do that, huh? Why don't you go ahead and watch the VOD over on YouTube tomorrow and let me know if it works. All right, well, as I said, the Windows install went super smoothly. That is working well now. So let me get full screen view onto the new Windows here. So I believe that this should be 1080p if I'm not mistaken. So brand new Windows install. Let's display settings. Yep, 1080p recommended. Cool. Get rid of this benchmark window out of the way. All right, so we have a brand new machine with absolutely no drivers installed because this is not connected to the internet. What I want to do first is just take a look at the About page. About your PC. And we have a new desktop. Detects the processor correctly, Ryzen 9 9950X, 16-core CPU at 4.3 gigahertz, 96 gigabytes of RAM it's detecting. That's sweet. Cool. I'm actually not going to register Windows yet, but I do want to run Windows updates and install the appropriate drivers for this machine. So I'm going to steal the Ethernet from the Home Assistant machine and see how far it'll reach. It'll reach the desktop on my desk without breaking the glass. Let's not break the glass. Come on. There we go. And 10 gig connection. Is it labeled? It is labeled. All right, so it's the top one. Just got to remember it's the top one, and it should be just fine. Now, does the network connection come up? Are there drivers for the 10 gig NIC? Let's see if that works. It might not actually have drivers for the 10 gig NIC. I wouldn't be super surprised about that. All right, so I am plugged in, but I am not connected. All right, so I'm going to switch to the Intel NIC and see if I have drivers for the Intel NIC. If I don't, then I will have to use a flash drive to bring those over. So I just plugged into the 2.5 gig NIC, the Intel NIC, and nothing. Okay, so that means that this machine is so new that Windows doesn't have default drivers to use the networking hardware. Not the Wi-Fi, not the 2 gigabit Ethernet, not the 10 gigabit Ethernet. So I'm going to pop my flash drive out of this machine, bring it on over to my desktop here that I'm streaming from, and I'm going to go ahead and grab all of those drivers just so that I can go ahead and get networking loaded and we can find the other drivers for this system. It's a little silly. Usually I have at least one NIC that works. In the future, as new Windows versions get released and I download the ISOs for those new Windows versions, I'm sure they'll bake in the drivers for this machine. It's just this machine has hardware newer than the driver database of the Windows version that I installed. So it could be that the newest version of Windows does support this hardware out of the box, and I just have an old version because I didn't download Windows Special for this. I just downloaded. I used whatever the heck was on that flash drive that I haven't used in a little while now. So it might not be the latest version that I installed, knowing full well that I can upgrade once I get networking working. I can upgrade to the latest and greatest version. But first, as I said, I need to get the network drivers from Asus. So this is the Proart page. This is where I got the BIOS from. And I want to go to driver and tools. And I need drivers for Windows 11 64-bit. And, I'm just going to grab the 10 gig drivers while I'm here because that's what I'm going to be using anyway. And that'll give me a chance to do a test on those. Oh, show all LAN. There we go. Marvell Ethernet connection driver. This is actually a pretty old driver. You know what? It'll get updated as I move through anyway. So download Marvell. Failed. Oh, I must have hit the stop button. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna copy this 6 megabyte file to my flash drive. Copy. Copying. Why do you take so long? It's 6 meg. Yeah, 6 meg. There we go. Finished. Eject. Put the flash drive back in the box here. And switch on over to that. Where'd that window go? Did I close it? Oh no, there it is. Okay, so I've got flash drive on the back side of this machine. Bentoy Marvell Ethernet connection driver. I'm going to extract to my desktop. Yep. Okay, and run Asus setup to install the driver. Yes. I accept, install, do the thing. Then I'm going to plug my network. Oh, I did plug it into the 10 gig. Finish. Okay, Ethernet 2 plugged in. Give it a couple of seconds to get us on the internet. There we are. Let's see how fast we're working at. This might be locked to, yeah, it's locked to 1000. Let me change that just so we have full bandwidth because I want to make sure that that works properly. Switch. Zyzel. $19.30. Oh no, that's the company webpage. Ah, there it is. Login. Admin. Password. All right, so this is the switch. And we go over to ports. Port setup. Okay, this is the testing port where we have that plugged in, and we currently have the speed set to 1 gig full duplex. We want to set that to auto. That should negotiate automatically at 10. So if I hit apply, and then go back to the dashboard, you should see that this is port name testing, and we're linked at 10 gig. And then if we go back to the other computer, which I can't see currently, there we go. We can then go to network internet, and we will go advanced and disable this connection and enable this connection, turning it off and on again. And then when we go into Ethernet, we will see that we should get a 10 gig link connected. Come on, show me 10 gig link. Back, Ethernet. There we go, 10 gig link. Link speed, 10 gig, 10 gig, 10 gig gigabits per second. Sweet. So we have a 10 gig network connection to our LAN and a 2.5 gigabit network connection to the internet. Let's do a quick speed test to make sure that we're getting our full connection worth to the internet. I don't want my data in firm. Okay. So we're going to do a speed test. So speedtest.net. This might be slightly low on the upload because I am streaming a whole bunch right now to both YouTube and to Twitch. So this might be a little on the weird side, but it should give me a general idea. Speed test wants to know my location. You don't need to know my location. Okay, so that is looking like what I expect for the internet connection from my 10 gig interface. We are getting about 2.3 gigabits. I pay for 2 gigabits, so that is, you know, bang on what I should be getting. Yeah, things are actually good. Okay, so networking works. Now we need to update this old ass version of Windows to a new version. So we're gonna just run normal Windows update. Install all the things. Why you no click? Oh, it is installing. Nice of you to let me know, Microsoft. Sometimes Windows interfaces kind of Mom says, I get those speeds on the phone, but not on the computer. That's because you're using a computer from the Stone Ages. That computer should have been shot some 8 years ago. It's a 2011, I think, MacBook Pro, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so it's doing its install thing. Things are going to be a little slow until we get all of the Windows updates. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Task Manager 5.3 gigahertz across 16 cores. Of course, they're probably not all loaded because all I'm doing is downloading Windows updates. But we'll get to benchmarking that later. Mid 2010 to be precise. Yeah. Yeah, that machine should have been brought out back and shot a very long time ago. Um, I mean, that's not to say everybody like needs 2 gigabit networking. That's preposterous. In fact, my work building that has around 100 or so person capacity in terms of office space and having multiple people work in different offices wired up all at the same time, about 100 people ish. We have a 1 gigabit network connection for everyone that is shared. And that is perfectly reasonable for office work. This is mostly just, light web surfing, the occasional download, some updates, local updates, um, logging in, downloading server profiles for the computer for the first time. I beat on that network connection more than anyone else because I download Windows updates for a whole bunch of computers simultaneously. But because of the way the network is configured at work, it's totally fine. The router and switches have my back, so I can't possibly take up too much bandwidth, so that it would affect other people's experience negatively. So I have a similar configuration here. I can't max out the network. If another device requests stuff on the network, it'll actually slightly deprioritize my traffic a little bit to allow those network connections to happen. And that way, everyone gets a really, really good experience. So one person can't monopolize an entire connection unless they're the only person making requests right now. It's actually kind of neat. So we're currently downloading the cumulative update, which is the really big update. Like I said, this particular installation of Windows is not the latest and greatest. I probably could have downloaded the latest version of Windows ISO, copied it to this flash drive, and it would have made for a better experience. I may have even had the networking drivers available on that later version, but in this particular instance, I'm not terribly worried about it, and all it took was a quick download of a network driver to get up and running, and downloading all the rest of the appropriate drivers and Windows updates. So not super hung up on needing to download the driver from the manufacturer's website real quick onto a flash drive and bring it over. Although I do wish that they included a flash drive in the box with all of the default drivers that the board came with when it shipped, or should have come with when it shipped, so that if I needed to set up this computer without a network connection, which is fewer and further between today, I would have all the drivers on a flash drive, at least older copies, and I would then be able to update those copies on a flash drive if I wanted to, keep them more up to date. But that would be my choice. All right, so Windows is installed a whole bunch of things and wants to restart. We'll go ahead and do that restart. We will buy a new one very soon now. Probably talking about a computer, and that's cool. Updates are underway. Please keep your computer on. Honestly, these updates should be really quick. Everything about this whole experience, from networking to Windows updates to storage, should be really quick at this point. This is as top of the line consumer AMD hardware as you can possibly buy today. It doesn't get faster than this on AMD's consumer platforms. Sure, you could buy a Threadripper processor for like $1,000 more, and it will probably be a little bit faster because of the additional memory bandwidth of having extra 2 memory channels and extra PCIe. But in terms of desktop, reasonably priced for the things that most people are going to be working with right now today, this is the best you got. 30% there. I also expect that I'm going to need to reload Windows a few times, because I know that in messing around with my memory, I'm going to corrupt my Windows install. It's a given. Until I get the memory right and get it set up correctly as far as the correct parameters for using 4 sticks on this correctly, it's probably going to end up corrupting my Windows install a few times, which is fine. That's why I'm not using this computer as my main computer, at least for the foreseeable future, because I know it's going to get messed up, and I want it to get messed up when I'm not using it for important things. Like my daily work and my daily gaming and my virtualization and my streaming and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I could spin up my work notebook for some of these things here and there, but yeah. My personal laptop is very, very old, and its claim to fame is simply being portable. And I use it mostly for remote controlling into my more powerful desktop. That's mostly how I use a personal laptop these days. I use it to remote control my desktop over a VPN. So I can spend all of my big money on the desktop and not have to worry about how slow the laptop is. So long as it's fast enough to remote control the much faster desktop, it's good to go. That's why I haven't bought a laptop in a really long time. The laptop that you've seen me carry around is my work issue computer, and I don't use that all that much for personal purposes beyond some light web surfing, maybe some Facebook off hours, that kind of thing. Mostly communication software. I have some of that on there, but I don't have any personal data on there at all. All right, Windows should be updated now. Oh, and again, I do sometimes use my work laptop to remote into my personal desktop, where I do have all my personal stuff. I don't want to be tethered either. That's why I remote control my desktop with my laptop. I can be anywhere really in the world with a cellular connection, as long as the cellular is good enough, and remote control my desktop here on my desk. And it's plenty fast with stupid fast internet. All right, so here we are in Windows again. I'm going to run Windows Update one more time to make sure it's got all the things that Windows can help me out with. Settings, Windows Update. Updates failed. Okay, so one of them failed. Let's try that again. Downloading Windows Defender antivirus. Actually a little slower than I expected to do that, but that's fine. All right, so everything succeeded. So from here, I'm going to verify that my internet or networking hardware is all set. I still only have one network. Oh, there we go. So there's the 10 gig connection. There is the 2 gig connection, I225V. This is actually the same network chipset on the secondary internet interface that the little Eco PC, the mini one that I was messing with, uses. And Wi-Fi did not pop up. That is interesting. I don't plan on using this for Wi-Fi, but I guess I'm going to have to grab a few drivers from the manufacturer's site again. Okay, not a big deal. Home system. About advanced hardware device manager. Yeah, okay, so there are quite a few things here that still didn't pick up on. So the first two things that I always get manually are the AMD chipset driver. So we go to AMD.com. Now, I'm not going to do a complete like move-in type setup on this, because I plan on having to do this again. But having this experience with the installation on this particular computer will let me know what things to look out for in the future when I'm reloading this, when I go to use it for real. All right, so drivers, resources and support, downloads, drivers, Ryzen processors, nope. Where the heck is the chipset drivers? Oh, and AMD chipsets. All right, drivers. Windows 10, 11, auto detect and install driver updates for Radeon series graphics and Ryzen chipsets. All right, cool. So this is both the chipset driver and the graphics driver, I guess. So this chip has onboard graphics, unlike the previous Ryzen chips that I've gotten. So that's how I'm doing video output right now. It's actually coming out of HDMI and then going into my capture card. So it's acting like a secondary monitor, only I can see it on my desktop here and stream it to you guys. Do you have experience with the editing options on a cell phone camera? Somewhat. I mean, all I usually use is like to crop images and like rotate them, and sometimes like you can brighten them up and stuff, and that's, you know, pretty much the extent of that. Usually I move them to a computer if I'm going to do anything more extensive than that. Radeon graphics, Adrenaline recommended. Let's do that. AMD privacy view. What is privacy view? You know what? It's default skip. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I2C, GPIO, ESP, AMD interface driver. Yep, let's do all those. It's chipset drivers. And Windows is recommending I restart after this. That's probably a good idea. Well, while that's going, I'm also going to go ahead and download the drivers from Asus. Proart X70E Wi-Fi. Okay, that's the motherboard I'm using. And what was that about? No, I don't want cashback. There we go. Accept cookies, that's fine. Support. Drivers. Windows 11. 64-bit. Yep, that's selected. Okay, so we got the LAN driver. What the hell? Oh, it's installing the graphics driver. That makes sense. Waddy says, exclamation point play. We're not quite doing that right this second. Maybe in a bit. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so it's trying to get my attention. All right, installation complete. Let's go ahead and finish, but not restart quite yet. I'm going to grab the Wi-Fi driver, download. What else? Okay. The chipset driver I just installed. Don't need anything else there. Audio driver, I will need that. The VGA driver I just installed. That's the graphics driver from Adrenaline. Bluetooth, I do need that. Thunderbolt, I'm not going to use it, but I want it installed. I'm going to download the new version of AI Suite, which is an overclocking utility that I have used in the past, at least older versions of it. It's kind of interesting. I'm not going to be doing any overclocking just yet, though, so I'm not going to install it yet. My Asus, I have zero interest in. Not doing SATA raids, so I'm not doing that. And Armory Crate, I don't need that. So yeah, just a few basic drivers. And I think that should do it. Just scrolling back up here to see if I missed anything. Yeah, I think that's good. So let's go ahead to the downloads folder. And we are going to install some stuff. Extract all. That didn't go as planned. All right. Install Wi-Fi driver. Go. Do the thing. Apparently, CP has had a bit of sleep and now he is ready to work on projects. Yeah, that is not at all accurate. I woke up today at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 a.m. After passing out super early last night in my chair after food. Yeah, that wasn't so great. And then I woke up early and went directly to work, where I did a whole bunch of stressful things for work. And then I decided I wanted to come home. I skipped lunch, so I skipped out on work an hour early. So I basically took my lunch as the last hour of the day. I didn't have any major projects to do at the end of the day, so that was totally fine. And I came home and I started cleaning and didn't stop until I got super hungry, ate a food, and then spun up the stream. So I've been going at it for a really long time today. All right, so Wi-Fi should be installed. Let's test. Wi-Fi is available. Okay, my Wi-Fi shows up, but I'm not going to connect to it just now because I don't need to. Well, you seem pretty lit to me. Yeah, that's just the excitement of building a new machine that's top of the line and drinking like all of the Mountain Dew. If anybody watching is able to help me out with a some sort of a PepsiCo / Mountain Dew sponsorship of some kind, be it, send me a case of soda, or you want me to promote and you give me money for some soda, let me know. It's Cpgeek at Cpgeek.org, and yeah, just let me know. Well, I'm happy to work with you. We'll figure it out. All right, it's Wi-Fi drivers. Let's get not Wi-Fi. There. Audio drivers. Let's get the audio drivers installed. Extract. Actually, you know what? Audio probably just straight up works, I think. So that's the audio over HDMI. More volume settings. Nope, that's all it found. So I do need to install the audio drivers. Okay. Setup. Oops. Asus setup. Where are you? There you are. Audio driver is installing. I haven't had to manually install like drivers beyond graphics and like chipset drivers in a pretty long time. Usually Windows just grabs whatever hardware it is, installs the latest version from Windows Update, and it's good. Not a big deal. Just, first world problems. Takes a little bit of time to extract all of the things and get things installed. As you see, it's not a hard process at all. Just a matter of downloading the stuff for the hardware that you want and installing by clicking Asus Setup, and it does the thing. Did that actually work? I'm not sure. Does Bluetooth work? Bluetooth and other device settings. Bluetooth, yeah, Bluetooth is online. Add device, Bluetooth. Okay, so that does seem to work. Cool. Thunderbolt. Extract. This is for my USB 4 controller. Not just Thunderbolt, but also USB. And this is the last driver. We'll do a reboot. And then, like I said before, I do want to check out the new drive speeds here. So the old speeds were around 7 gigabytes per second. You know what? I can do that while I'm waiting on that. Let's go ahead and download Crystal Disk Mark. Really great benchmark utility. Been using it for years. Fantastic for all kinds of storage media, from hard drives to floppy disks to the fastest SSDs. And there's the standard boring version that you see everywhere. There's also the various anime versions. They get nice little anime characters. I kind of like it. It doesn't really take up much more space, etc., etc. Where is download? There's a retro version that looks like crap. Let's grab the Shizuku version. Installer. And there's lots of themes. I usually have it set to random. Come on. Go. Yes, let's install. Yes, I accept the agreement. Whoop. Wait. This is disk info. Cancel. Yes. We want disk mark, not disk info. Disk mark. Shizuku. Disk info gives us all of the drive stats in real time, like temperatures and estimated time to failure and all of that kind of stuff. It's important, but that's not what we're testing right now. Mom says, I'm drinking iced coffee. We are bad. Just had to show my ID to buy a big lighter today. What the hell? Don't know why you would need to show your your ID to buy a lighter. That's kind of strange. I would expect that anybody should be able to do so who looks reasonably responsible. I didn't know there was like an age limit on selling lighters. Okay, launch. So let's do the same tests. Settings, NVMe SSD. Let's do a full 2 gigabytes. That gets us beyond the cache, so it tells us what the actual transfers are. And we will go ahead and run this. Oh, we don't need to run 5 iterations. We only need 1. That'll take forever. So preparing sequential read. That's insane. 14 gigabytes per second. 14 gigabytes per second of read on this new SSD. That is double the amount of transfer speed that I get off of my best SSD on my previous workstation. .82 megabits per second of non-sequential random reads, which is just out of this world. And nearly 12 gigabytes of write performance. That's crazy. Yeah, that's double the performance of my previous storage, like on its best day when it was brand new. Like, that's just plain amazing. Random write performance, 314 megabits. This is going to be amazing for things like database operations, for loading up small pieces of games, like for this should solve pop-in altogether. Like when you are going from one part of a map to another and you encounter a new texture or a new model, and it has to load that model from disk. And it takes a couple of seconds before it pops into the world and you see it pop in. That's known as pop-in. And because this happens so fast, it has a chance at actually showing things before you have a chance to look at them. So things will be much smoother for those sorts of situations. For database-driven stuff, like pulling data for databases and random searches and writes, this is going to be super sick. Just turning on and shutting off the computer should be pretty quick for this, assuming we're not in an update cycle, which we currently are. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and restart because that's what it wanted us to do now. So we have our motherboard chipset driver installed. We have our graphics chipset installed for our onboard graphics. They're not fast graphics, mind you. You're probably not going to want to play video games from the iGPU on this thing, but the integrated GPU can offer some acceleration of certain, like it does H.264 encoding on the internal GPU. So I could stream, for example, use the integrated GPU for accelerating the video compression. And if I were, say, streaming a video game, it would not slow down the graphics card at all. It would be able to max out the graphics card while the processor handles the acceleration for the video encoding port. So that should be, really awesome. Change date and time, because it is not 8:59 p.m. It is Eastern time here in Connecticut. Eastern. That's -5. And it is 11:59, which is pretty awesome. There's no seconds? No way to get seconds? Huh. Well, it is now midnight, so happy birthday, Waddy, if you're still around. I know you were here a little while ago. She said, I might be falling asleep, lol. If you're here, awesome, happy birthday. I'll be the first to do so. Otherwise, oh, you are still here, awesome. I just happened to be setting my clock, and I'm like, 11:59, that's important. So, happy birthday. I hope it's a wonderful day. And of course, if you do need sleep, I totally understand. If you want to go pass out, that's, totally a thing. I get it. You've been doing a whole lot of working recently and strange scheduling things all over the place. So you do you. I'm not going to be sad, but happy birthday. And I did remember after all of the repeating, each stream, my birthday is X days away, and now it happened, and I remembered, and I said a thing. So cool. I did 97 hours, 11 days. Jesus. That is ridiculous. Good remembering, yeah. Yeah, I'll stick to my my more or less 40 hours a week, at least as far as my direct effort toward work things. Of course, I do a lot of off hours learning that is directly applicable to work that I do on my own because I want to learn it. Like a bunch of like OBS stuff and, learning about, new computer things. But, yeah, I try to concentrate really, really hard and only give them about 40 hours. Usually works out most of the time. The last couple of weeks I've actually taken Fridays off, so it's been, less than that. But c'est la vie, I earn those hours. What the hell was I doing? Isn't that always the way? I was telling Waddy happy birthday, but before that, I rebooted Windows. Chipset drivers. I think I was going to move on to CPU. Looking at CPU stuff. Oh, and double checking that all the hardware shows up correctly. That I didn't miss out on any drivers or something super silly. I know I do need to activate Windows. I don't think I will activate Windows, honestly. Not yet. I will when I deploy this fully, but if I'm going to have to reinstall Windows on this before long, I would rather hold off on activating Windows until I actually start using it, just so it's not a pain. Nope, not Windows Update. System. About. So we are now 23H2 installed today, or technically yesterday, because it now is past midnight. Advanced system settings. Slow down, Josh. All right, device manager, that's what I'm after. Okay, so there's my list of devices. I do not see anything that's highlighted in orange or yellow to indicate that anything is amiss. All of the drivers seem to be installed and installed properly now. And yeah, things are looking good. So the system is alive and working. All of the hardware that I've tried so far is working properly. Oh, iCUE, of course. iCUE is Corsair software used for RGB and management of the cooling system. It's working just fine as it is. There's nothing wrong with it. It'll do its default mode whenever it doesn't receive a signal from iCUE, which is the safe thing to do to make sure that the processor is cool. But we can actually check out the control interface. Corsair iCUE download. Now, I have used iCUE for quite a while, so this should not be a problem. I don't want any of that. No. I want to download iCUE, please. Skip. Why is it asking for my information to install driver software? Weird. Okay, English, American English. That's sort of kind of what I speak, more or less. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here? Yes, congratulations for getting through that, Waddy. Mom says, I think it's just that time of the year when we are all pushing ourselves to get things accomplished before the winter sets in, and we're all shut in with snow, or at least that's how it's here in New England. You are now ready to install essential modules to start your journey with iCUE. And it detected my iCUE modules, so iCUE Core, it detected my RAM, because the RAM is Corsair RGB RAM, that's super cool. It detected my cooler, which is the Link H150i RGB. It detected my cooler pump LCD, so that's a separate module that's controllable. So this is my fans, and this is my, this is my fans. This is the hub itself. Let's see, LCD cap for Link coolers. So it has a separate set of ring LCDs around the display. That's neat. And the iCUE system hub. So it detected all the correct things. When I put this in my real workstation, it will also detect all 6 of my LL fans, my Commander Pro to control those LL fans, and I think that's it. Oh no, wait, because the RAM isn't coming over. It may also detect Aurora. Oh, this wants me to restart again? Come on. Okay. It's actually odd that I'm close to sort of kind of finishing a project at only midnight. Like, usually my streams start at 9 and I finish at like 3. But this is kind of the point in the night where I thought that I would start spinning downstream. Once I take a look at iCUE and make sure that my fans are set up and the RGB stuff is more or less the way that I want it, I do want to try one more thing, and that is installation of the secondary memory kit. I want to see if it'll just work, or if it'll make me try super hard in order to make it work. If it just works, I'm going to be blown away, and I will definitely need to do extended memory testing before I trust it, because if it just works, then I can, as soon as like tomorrow, transfer this into my workstation and be good. But I really want to do extended memory testing before I bring that over, because I don't trust that second set of modules is just going to work. But if it does, that'd be pretty darn sweet. Okay, so here's the new system. iCUE should be starting up in the background. Yep, there's iCUE. All right, so there's a new version of iCUE System Hub firmware. Let's go ahead and update all the firmware while we're here, because that's kind of the gist of today. So we'll go from 1.6. Wow, this is really old as far as the System Link Hub. So it'll go ahead and grab the latest firmware. Quit other applications, connect the device directly to your system and not through a USB hub or dock. Do not unplug the device during the update process. Got it. No problemo. So this is basically the controller part, is getting a firmware update. Doing the thing, updating the thing. Corsair's firmware updates are usually pretty good anyway. They make sure that their stuff is relatively solid and test everything. So there's that. Software updates. So iCUE software, latest version. Cooler pump, latest version. H150i, latest version. LCD cap for link coolers, latest version. Latest version. Let's check for all the updates just real quick. All right, so all of the hardware is up to date. So plugins, I'm going to install the Asus plugin. That's the type of board I have. Now, this won't do anything for me right now, so it's I'll restart later. But if I install the Asus plugin, it'll allow me to control the RGB on the Asus board through iCUE, which is super cool as well. So I basically have all sorts of lighting options down the pike. I don't have anything plugged in there, and I probably won't anytime soon. But if I get like a strip of LEDs and I don't want to use the iCUE Link system, the proprietary Corsair system, if I want to get like generic lights, then I can plug them straight into my motherboard and still control them here in iCUE. It's pretty dope. All right, so what are the lighting effects on the screen? Screen setup. So there's RGB LEDs all the way around the pump block, so I can control those. On the middle of this, I can control what is displayed on the screen. So screen types, I get concentric, I can do single bar, and it's showing me on the LCD that's on the pump as I move through these what the different things that I can do are. And it gives me multiple sensors as well, so I can set different sensors and flip between them. I can do an image, so like I could put my logo here if I wanted to. It'll do animated GIF, so it'll do cool things like that. Swirly, pattern fill. It's a little neat. Turbo. So coolant temp is the default, but I want to know what the CPU temp is, not what the coolant temp is. So I will come to CPU package, and that's the current CPU temperature. That is actually a little on the high side, 52C. Not like alarmingly high, like it's not a problem, but it's a little higher than I imagine it should be. Max temp is 90. Oh, that's for the high temperature. Let's call that 80. And min temperature is going to be 30. So that'll give me an idea of what's what there. Cooling wise, so balance profile. I can't hear this thing at all over my air conditioner. It does appear to be moving air. If I set it to H150i LCD Extreme, should ramp the fans. All the profiles still say balanced. That's odd. So I set it to extreme. And the temp is coming down a little bit. Give it a few seconds here. Liquid-cooled systems don't immediately change temperatures all that much. So, like, it takes a little while for them to heat up and cool down. And the reason for that is it's actually the water inside that is a thermal capacitor. So the water inside, basically, as it goes through the radiator, it dissipates, and as it picks up heat from the CPU, it increases. As there is lots of water in the radiator, it takes some time for the temperatures to go up or down. That CPU temp, though, is still kind of high for sitting here at extreme and not doing anything. I'm going to have to mess around with that a little later and see what happens. And did it crash? I think it may have crashed. Either that or my interface broke. Let's restart the interface real quick. Can link. Okay, it was just the interface. That was my HDMI capture device that was giving me trouble. So CPU is now at 50C, as I understand it. Let's set up the fans. Select the fans that will play cooler presets. Finish. Okay, that's fan setup. There we go. Temperature is finally starting to drop. It's now 49. All right, so fans, lighting effects. Let's get rid of this RGB puke. Delete. So what I want to happen is I want marquee. No, not marquee. Sequential? Yeah, sequential. So I want all of these. All of these. There we go. Be sequential. I think that's what I'm used to. Let me launch iCUE on my desktop here and figure it out. So on my desktop, I have dashboard, home, Commander Pro. visor. That's what I'm using. So visor. Yeah. So if I highlight all of these, all of them? Well, I guess I can play around with lighting effects later. It all works. I just need to get it to work together. But that's not something that I care about messing around with anymore right now. Oh, also the reason it's the CPU is at 50 degrees is because it's hot as balls in here. It should actually tell me the ambient temperature as well. I'm kind of curious about that now. Ambient temperature is somewhere between 22 and 25 degrees Celsius. What is 25 C to F? 77. So I think that's even incorrect. Not the calculation, but the temperature. I'm pretty sure it's much warmer in here. None of these are labeled, so I'm going to have to go through and label them eventually. But we have 16 processor cores that run at a high 5 gigahertz range. So that's pretty sweet. Let's shut down, and I'm going to test the memory as the last thing that I do here. So let me switch back to camera view. Y'all can see what I'm doing. So here's the computer in its current state. It's powered off, so the LCD is blank. This is as I just made it. So we've got 2 sticks of RAM here. Now, to make this the most compatible that it's going to be, I'm going to ground myself. This is all metal enclosure. The computer is off. I'm going to switch the power supply off as well, because sometimes there's residual power that's running through here. I'm going to remove this RAM stick from the 2nd slot and put it in the 3rd slot right next to its mate. And putting these two together on the same channel will increase our chances of making this work. Okay, so those are next to each other. And I'm going to grab the other memory kit, which is not... Oh, this is the one that's installed. Where the heck is the other one? The other one. Just looking around my desk here, see where I set that. I really want to try to install that now and see how it works as far as what speeds that it trains at naturally, and if I can get it to overclock properly in one go. Oh. Crucial box. Where's the other memory kit? Down here somewhere? Ah, it's up here. Got it. Zoom out just a tad. All right, so new memory kit, knife, open. Okay, so everything tonight has gone more or less as expected. There have been some, minor hiccups here and there, driver issues, more or less just having to copy things over. Nothing has crashed so far. Everything has just installed smoothly. Hardest stuff being that I was using a slightly older version of Windows, like by a couple of months. And that not working out in my favor so much. I had to do a little bit more updating. No big deal. But otherwise, this has gone very, very smoothly. So here are sticks 3 and 4. This brings me from 96 gigabytes of RAM, which is already pretty ludicrous, although I am running 128 gigabytes on my desktop that's streaming this right now. So from 96 gigabytes, this is another 96 gigabyte kit, the same kit, just ordered another one. And this will bring us up to a full 192 gigabytes. Super ludicrous overkill mode. Oh, I didn't take off the heat spreader peel. There's a little peel on these. If I don't take this one off now, it's never going to come off. So I'm going to eject this, pull off the peel, and then stick it back in. Peel. So yeah, things are going real smooth here. Like, shockingly smooth. I haven't really put her through her paces. I haven't done any real benchmarking. But in terms of real basic setup, this has not given me much in the way of problems. And I have had solutions for all of them immediately. So the only curveballs have been time, not anything that's messed up beyond reason, or that I have to wait for new software or something silly like that, which usually happens with new platforms. This is the literal bleeding edge, and the reason they call it that is because when you buy the brandy newest stuff, you often end up having major problems with regard to getting things going. Why are you not going into slot? Get in there. Get in. No, that's not the slot. There we go. Is that the slot? No, that's not in the slot. Pull this back out. Fan cable in my way. There we go. In there. Okay. So that looks a lot better in terms of filling out the system aesthetically. And when I power it up, we should have the RGB goodness. So I'm switching the power switch on and hitting the button. There we go. Isn't that pretty? A little bit more focus. Well, that's real nice like. And like it did last time, it will do memory training. So this is probably going to be a minute or two, because I've changed the memory configuration. And every time you do that, you do need to retrain the RAM. As you see, the screen popped up immediately. It automatically defaults to liquid temp. Kind of wish it defaulted to CPU temp, but I understand why they did what they did. It's a valid choice. So we're just waiting on memory training here. And you know what? While we're doing memory training, let's load up Steam here. Well, it wants to do an update. Do that. Come on, you can do it. Do the memory training thing. Oh, and soundtrack stopped a while ago too. Interesting. Still waiting. Doing the whole memory training thing. Come on. Well, while we're waiting for that to do anything, let's do some of this. Oh, of course, as soon as I come over to that, we get a reboot. One moment. Switch over to that in a couple seconds. Wait, is it doing more memory training? All right, so I guess we'll do this. Continue. All right, we're going to do a Grand Prix. Three maps. Random, random, and random. and play. It helps if I can see the bottom side of my screen. Play down here. So if anyone is still around and is interested in getting in on some marbles on screen action, let me go ahead and kill the 3D printer view because we don't need that today. Games, game stream. A1. So exclamation point play if you would like to join. All you got to do is exclamation point play. I don't know who's here or who's watching along, but if anyone is lurking and would like to play, you can press exclamation point play now. If I can, speak the words, and we'll get going. Like Mom is in. Don't know if anybody else is around. It's just a quick three Grand Prix or 3-map Grand Prix. Blah, words. And we'll go ahead and get started. So I'm gonna get started here. I got 10 seconds to join if anybody is around, and we'll go ahead and start our rolling. Did I totally not join? I totally didn't join my own game. Well, it looks like this is going to be interesting. I miss Eric. How is he doing? Eric has been super busy doing all kinds of awesome theater things and all kinds of awesome work things. So we will see him tomorrow when Waddy takes over his stream. Well, tonight, technically. So we've got Mom through the spinner. Let's see if she can actually complete the map. This is Mom against the world here. Will it be pizza or salvation? I'll use a little bit of both. Yeah, another spinner. Getting paddling. We got these little spring things here. Will they pop you off the map? Who knows? Let's see what happens. They're gonna get popped. Ooh, super close. Not over yet. Oh, managed to get on by. Coming on down in here. Like that's a relatively safe place. As safe as things can get anyway. Few poppers down in here. See if we'll launch you off. No, you're still doing real good. Down we go. Little roller coaster here. It's like a snake. Another paddling here. And you're just zooming on through. Wait, what is going on this Friday night? Waddy is taking over Eric's stream for her birthday. I don't know what that entails specifically, but usually what ends up happening is Eric does something that is requested by person. Sometimes they like to join in on the stream as far as a video hello. Sometimes they play a game, or he plays a game of their choice, or does something that's agreed on in advance. And looks like you made it. And I got absolutely nothing. So before we go back over to the next game here, it looks like computer should be started, but I'm not seeing any output. Okay, so let's take a look at what is going on we will definitely continue the rest of this. You're playing alone because I forgot to hit the join button. And apparently there are only 2 people here right now because it's late. So just looking at this, looks like it's posted in safe mode because of system instability, or the power button was held in, which I did not do. System failed to post, and you made changes to the settings. You may wish to revert to stable settings to prevent post failure. Press F1 to set up. Okay, so this is kind of as expected. Let's go into all right, so memory frequency is training at 3600 megahertz. So that is going to be pretty normal. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say DOCP and get that going. This probably isn't going to work straight out of the box, and I'm okay with that. But I'm going to go ahead and hit OK, and it'll try to retrain, and it'll take a bunch of time. But during that time, we can go ahead and play more MARPs. So final results, you win, because I forgot to push the button, which is a major failure on my part. So I'm going to join, just like so, and exclamation point play will get you in on this this next Marbles on Stream adventure. Looks like there's a whole bunch of pegging on this Plinko board. I don't know what the deal is. Does it say a thing besides Marbles on Stream? I can't read that. I don't know. So it looks like Mom has joined. If anybody else would like to join, hit exclamation point play now, and you can play some Marbles on Stream with us. Just take a look at the map here to see what's what. I think it's just the 2 of us, so I'm going to go ahead and hit start and start our drop here. And there we go. Down, down, down. Plinko board. And it looks like you got the opportune drop and are sort of teetering back and forth here. Lost a little momentum doing that, but you're still very, very much in the lead. Looks like there's a big jump. Let's see what happens here. Oh, I made it to the other side. Good, good. Bridges. Multiple ways to go. Looks like we're both taking the same route. It's a little bumpy here. Down the slide. What is that? Oh, it's just a conical director. Oh, pizza. Taking a trip. Let's see if I can make it out alive here. Are we practicing for that hot marb action on Friday night, lol? More or less. Just a quick mini game of Marbles on Stream for the last few minutes of our stream here. And then I'm going to open my door up to air out this room, as it is very hot in here. And then, I don't know, maybe see what my kids are doing. Then probably come back in here and poke this thing a little more. Okay, winner. Sweet. We both got one. Mostly because I can't push the go button, apparently. Alright, so looks like things are going. Laboratory. Alright, so I am joining exclamation point play to get back on the board for the Marbles on Stream action. It's like a whole bunch of tubes. It's like the internet, as Ted Stevens says. It's a series of tubes. It's not a big truck. Series of tubes. So exclamation point play to get yourself on the board. If anybody is lurking, you're more than welcome to join in. Exclamation point play. Got 10 seconds to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and hit the start button now and see what happens. So on the drop, this looks like a relatively flat board here. Oh, it's a little slanted. No Plinko for us. Going straight on down. Well, curved tubes. What you waiting for? Looks like I'm in the lead. Although you might be taking a more direct path than I did. Never know what's going to happen next. Marbles on stream. So up we go. Through these they're little weight stopper things. Interesting. Slowed me down a little bit. That curler thing going on here. Your turn through the curler. I'm in the dryer here. Flipping around. Can't seem to find the exit. But looks like I got the drop. You just flew in there. Wow. That's a lot of speed. See if you can figure out how to get out of there. Looks like it came out. Pretty close. Didn't think that I'd make it. See if you can get through. Ooh. There's guardrails and stuff. When you make it through, you're going to get pushed right off the map. I'm almost at the finish. Just getting paddled around. Oh, you made it through. But can you make it through before I can win? Go on through. And no. No, you can't. But we both got to win this time. Or at least a finish. So let's see what happened. And on the podium here today, we doing? Oh, looks like I'm on top somehow, magically, despite not hitting the join button on the first race. Don't know how that magicked together. I guess I got points for finishing that one level, I guess. Well, that was still pretty fun. Hopefully we'll get more of that action tomorrow on Eric the Red VT's stream. And see what's going on with the computer box. Looks like it's still stuck in memory training. So it looks like it's going to be problematic. I kind of knew that it was going to be problematic. But, you know, that's okay. I still have much to learn about manually entering memory timings in this new machine. And it's going to be a hassle. But otherwise, if used as intended by AMD and the various other companies that made this equipment, things are actually looking pretty good. It just not working because I'm asking way too much over spec for what it's trying to do with the settings that are currently configured here. It's basically trying to use the memory overclocking settings for 2 sticks on 4 sticks, which is way more complicated. I know that I can get it working, but it is going to take some manual setup. Hacked, rigged, etc. Right. So, for anybody watching along, thank you for watching this foolishness for how many hours has it been? Almost 6 hours I've been at this. But so far we've accomplished a computer build. We've got everything set up properly. We've got Windows installed. We've got a benchmark on a blazing fast hard drive. The 5950X apparently is working as it should. we've got all our chipset drivers installed, so that's working properly. And as far as a basic machine and loadout goes, this is still working exactly as it should. I look forward to doing full benchmarking on it. I look forward to finally getting a GPU in it, but that probably won't happen for a couple of months. I really need to get this memory dialed in before I can actually move this to the proper workstation setup. But so far, so good. I'm really digging it. Aesthetically, the pump and memory look really, really cool. That's part of the thing. I mean, I figured if I'm going to invest in more water cooling gear, then I want it to look really nice, because if I'm going to spend all that money, I might as well make it look good too. And of course, in my regular computer, I have the UV LEDs in there that will make all the rest of this black equipment look kind of bluish, and I like that look a lot. The UV on black is super cool, and this has a lot of yellow and orange accents on the board itself. So I think that will be pretty nice. So if I zoom out just a bit, this lit with black light, this text here is orange, yellowish. This Proart logo here is yellowish. I think a lot of these accents will like pop under the UV light, so that should look pretty neat. And also my LL fans will be installed there, so I'll get fans on the front and on the top and doing all the cool stuff while keeping the system cool, which is absolutely necessary. This camera doesn't do these lights justice. Right now you basically see different shades of white on the screen. I can see it myself, but this is really nice multicolored LEDs. The colors are very saturated and look really cool. Just the camera doesn't really do it justice. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this rig so far. I do look forward to getting this into my primary machine and getting all of my things moved into it. But I knew that would be a long-term project anyway. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way things landed for this this first stream setup. So thank you for anybody who is watching this and sticks around. Once again, my name is Josh, also known as Cpgeek, and we do all kinds of nerdy things around here, from 3D printer builds to desktop computer builds, building my workstation today, to big ass server builds, to a little bit of gaming here and there, to server setup type stuff, home assistant virtualization, Proxmox, all kinds of awesome things. So please stick around. If you're not on the Discord, go ahead and get signed up. Let's see. Exclamation point Discord. Cpgeek.org/Discord is where you'll find my channel. I'm pretty much always there. Talk to me about stuff. Let me know what projects that you're working on. And I think that'll be it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out, and I will more than likely be streaming at some point within the next couple of days. I do have tomorrow off. I don't know if I'll spin up a stream and continue with either this stuff or continue my series on Home Assistant. I did flash a whole bunch of more of those smart plugs to Tasmota to integrate them into Home Assistant. I've done the entire lot now, and how many do I have? 12 of them so far. I'll probably end up with more than that, sticking them on all the plugs that I own. They're super inexpensive. They do energy monitoring, and you can switch them on and off remotely very, very easily from either a phone or a computer or a tablet on the wall, or even smart light switches if I chose to install them. So those are super, super cool. I do look forward to doing more content on those and messing around with that. But for now, that will do it for today's stream. Thanks again for hanging out, and have a great night. Things are great. Where the heck is the end stream button? Is it